Szanowni Państwo, uprzejmie prosimy o zajęcie miejsc. Lada moment rozpoczynamy drugi dzień naszego kongresu. Bardzo dziękujemy, że jesteście Państwo z nami.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to begin the second day of our Congress.
Drodzy Państwo, myślę, że możemy już rozpocząć.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can already begin. Thank you for your presence. This is the second day of this Congress, a very special event started by Open Eyes Economy and organized by the Warsaw School of Economics and the City Hall of Warsaw. All this is aimed at finding synergies between economic and health safety. My name is Dawid Kutrin, and I will have the pleasure to be your moderator during the second day of the Congress. And I'm sure we will hear many insightful debates and lectures. Minister of Health, Izabela Reszczyna, and the Ministry of Sports and Tourism are honorary patrons of this event. Our partners are also Physical Education University, Life Sciences University, LuxMed Group, Warsaw School of Economics, and our media partners are Medonet, Gazeta Wyborcza, TVP3 Warszawa, Architektura i Biznes, Super Biznes, and politykazdrowotna.com portal. Let me remind you that during the Congress, LuxMed invites you to our health zone, where you can make advantage of free off-chart tests. It's in room 152. Also, please go to our stand where you can buy very interesting books. And we will start with Tomasz Grodzicki's lecture from Jagiellonian University. And his presentation is entitled One Health, What Has COVID-19 Epidemic Taught Us? So please share with us the secret. What has the pandemic really taught us? Over to you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, my topic, I think, is interesting to all of us, not only because this is something that affects us and our closest and dearest. This topic, at the same time, is also interesting to the media. It's interesting also for companies. So I'm going to start with reminding you something. In 1946, President of the Republic of Poland, Bolesław Bierut, signed a special charter in New York, a charter on health. It's a UN charter. Health, physical, and there is a general definition there that it's about well-being more than it is about lack of illness. This is a definition that was quite commonly accepted at that time. And it's still quite prevalent, it's still valid. I guess such documents shall be recalled not because they were signed by important people, but because they contain a very important message that reflects the definition and many states' attempts at securing health. And now, after that many years, we can confirm that indeed this is true. The final paragraph saying the governments shall bear responsibility for the health of their people, hence they should introduce proper health-related and social measures. Right. Well, I guess if we were able to truly apply it into practice, then probably we would be in a far better situation than we are right now. This definition has evolved over time. Right now, we like to talk about different predeterminants and conditions, not only from the viewpoint of health. We talk these days also a lot about something called lifestyle. We talked actually yesterday a lot about prevention, about the environment. So this is where the system of public health comes in. But there is also a role that is played by your genetic makeup, especially if you talk about rare diseases. So this definition has been extended. Right now, we like to say that health is a condition where you can perform different roles in the society and you can affect the environment and you can adapt to environmental changes. Many years ago, people said that you should start treating patients even as early as when we are still in the fetal state, because this is a crucial and first environment for a human being. With time, in the year 1945, a special event occurred that really changed the fate of the world. You may recall that the president of USA, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, died because of heavy stroke. And the problem is that he suffered from hypertension for a long time, but no one saw the connection. And here we see that he also is smoking on the photo, sitting next to Winston Churchill. So at that time, people didn't see the connection between smoking and diseases. And then, like a light bulb, COVID-19 pandemic started. We were all taken aback. We had never expected such a big pandemic. The latest data from 2023 by WHO show that we saw 278 million cases and over 2 million deaths. So that's the toll that the pandemic brought to us. Obviously, not all cases have been diagnosed, not all deaths have been properly assigned to that factor, but nevertheless, in Poland, we had over 6 million cases, the diagnosed ones only, of course. Now, with the advancement of knowledge, we now know more why this happened. And researchers starting working on it at the point when the first cases were reported and identified. We're talking about pneumonia with unknown reasons, for example, in China. And I'm not going to talk too much about details, but if you look at the international community, including China, the USA, and the NSA, they published many documents, organized many work streams to actually identify what was the main cause behind the pandemic. In the year 2023, a big article was published in the Science Journal claiming that the animal market in Wuhan was actually the main place where from the infection spread. And the research proved that this virus was present in the cages, on the tables. So that was the initial source of this pandemic. That's when it all started. Now, several years back, the One Health concept was designed. It's a concept saying that we are so closely related to the environment that we can't only talk about health of human beings. Rather, we should also focus on the health of animals and ecosystems. We all are part of the ecosystems in which we live. Therefore, One Health definition says that the health of people, animals, both pets and wildly living animals and ecosystems, they are all very much interconnected. And this is decisive when it comes to our health. And this translates well into our personal experiences related to COVID-19. It's so evident that the health of animals and humans is strongly connected. Look at some other issues. It's various diseases that come from animals. Take different diseases, like, for example, rabies, Lyme's disease, that is spread by mosquitoes and by ticks. So we heard also about poisoning in the south of Poland. There was one fatality after consuming not verified meat. A person died. So you can see very clearly that these zoonoses, the diseases that come from animals, really affect us. So this is very much interconnected. So One Health claims that if residents, citizens are healthy, then we are just part of the whole puzzle, because we also need to take care of the health of animals and ecosystems. This is where the problem of the whole society comes in the sense that society is responsible for this One Health concept. I believe WHO very logically claims that we can't only talk about just one single element. We always have to have a holistic approach that takes into account the whole ecosystem or the whole planet. This is some data from 2020. So actually, The Economist published an article on how the pandemic, in terms of health, may affect, and actually does affect, the economy of individual states, and to what extent these economies are prepared to embrace such a phenomenon. So, of course, the GDP was going down during the pandemic, but also the economic structure has changed. Health-related issues and the vulnerability of the labor market. The best situation was in South Korea and Australia, claims The Economist. These countries were the safest and least prone to a long-term impact of COVID. The same also is true for Germany. Interestingly, China is one of the states mentioned in this group, and I'm sure economists, our experts, know much more about this. How come China ranked so high? Actually, much higher than the USA or Sweden. So yes, indeed, there is a connection between the pandemic, and I'm sure you will all agree, looking at your pockets, that the relationship between the pandemic and the economy was quite powerful. With this, let me draw your attention to some analyses that could this is an analysis that was published a couple of years ago saying that chocolate consumption has an impact on how many people in your society will be Nobel Prize winners. I don't know how much chocolate you consumed yesterday, but remember, the more chocolate you eat, the higher the chance for your society that there will be more Nobel Prize winners. So this is just to say that also, by the way, your cognitive capabilities could be better. Of course, I'm saying that as kind of a joke. And as Sweden, actually, as you can see, ranks very high. Maybe it's because they are the ones that present Nobel Awards. But indeed, you need to eat chocolate. And by the way, this is an article that was also published in the Polish press about the contribution of chocolate to Nobel Prize winners. So this is to say that not all analyses and meta-analyses are reasonable. And finally, this is my final slide. I'd like to quote F.H. Messerly, who received honoris causa a PhD on Jagiellonia University, and he said that irrespective of the progress that we're observing, and I showed you a moment ago 40 years in a nutshell on the evolution of the definition of health, we are close to a situation where we are actually quite far from a situation where we will be able to say that we know it all, that we've been able to research everything. Because let's remember that the research always has some potential errors that are inherent to it. Hopefully, step by step, we will be able to limit some errors and mistakes. That would be a big progress for all of us. Thank you very much.
Serdecznie dziękuję panu profesorowi.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this opening lecture. Let me remind you, this is day 2 of our Congress, and now we are moving on to a presentation of the Analytical Compendium on Preventive Healthcare in Poland. Hence, I'd like to introduce 6 eminent guests who will present this compendium to you. Professor Andrzej Fala, from the head of Department of Allergology, Lung Diseases and Internal Medicine at PIM. Also, Michał Czarnuch, Life Sciences Law Firm Rymasz Stort Maruta. Jacek Krajewski, President of the Zielonogórski Alliance. Professor Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak at Warsaw School of Economics, Vice President of the Programming Council of the Congress. Marek Wójcik from the Union of Polish Cities, and Andrzej Jacyna, PhD, former CEO of the National Healthcare Fund. Over to you.
Oczywiście, że tak.
W takim razie proszę uprzejmie zaprosić również do mówców panią profesor Walusiak, panią dyrektor.
Zapraszam. Tak jest. Ja myślę, że te obowiązki, które były do wykonania, zostały wykonane, a resztę mistrzowi ceremonii, panu profesorowi, oddaję w tym.
I'm giving the floor to Professor. Although my list seemed complete, it wasn't. I'm not going to take any more of your time if we still have some matters to be filled. Professor, up to you. Thank you and good morning. Secondly, thank you very much for this honor of being here. And as we used to say in Johns Hopkins University, I'm glad to see that the critical mass of females is reached. And the one for males, for male lecturers, is when there's more male presenters than the audience members. So we've got all of that. I have an honor to present a project carried out by really distinguished people who I really was honored to lead. There were more people who worked on the project who present than the ones who present the project. So I will introduce in alphabetic order all the experts who worked on this document. And these are the following people. Artur Czarnuch, Artur Fałek, Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka. She was with us yesterday and she got sick today. Andrzej Jacyna, Jacek Krajewski, Jolanta Walusiak-Skorupa, Marek Wójcik. We had a limited number of presenters accepted, so we agreed that Dr. Jacyna would present on his own name and on behalf of Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka, and Wójcik, PhD, will present the legal and international part. Professor Jolanta Walusiak-Skorupa, please join us here in the panel. She'll tell us about the patient contact. And in a certain congress in the UK, I saw the term where the patient was described as end user of the system. So Professor will tell us about the contact with end users of the system. Dr. Artur Fałek will join us and tell us about the local government. He's been director for many years at the Ministry of the Drug Policy at the Ministry of Health. And the host representative. Thank you. This is the full composition of our panel, and I'm sorry for all the confusion. Well, let's have this presentation in the seated form. It is a presentation, but a panel form might be much more relevant than the lecture form. Just to give you one side comment to the chocolate topic. We have a lot of fans of this theory. Some people claimed that it's the amount of magnesium which impacts the electric connectivity in the nervous system, and until today there are supporters of the theory that chocolate matters in terms of the Nobel Prize winners number. Do we click and change the slides, or does somebody does that for us? Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me please. I'll allow myself to start with the definition. Director also did start with the definition. I'll follow his example. Public health and prevention are the topics that are widely discussed in the public domain. The public health includes the analysis of the current situation, prevention, health promotion, combating infectious diseases, protection of environment, sanitation. It does not cover the interventional medicine. Hospitalization is not part of public health. But the economics of the system and system management are the public health. To manage the reparatory treatment, the hospital treatment, it is a part of public health. However, the hospitalizations are not. Prevention is one pillar, and management is the other pillar of the public health. So when we speak again of the prevention, we know that it's been widely discussed in the media by the governments. We often hear about the screening tests. Please go to your blood checks, your mammographies, because then we detect diseases. This is prevention. Yes, it is, but this is a secondary prevention. And there is primary prevention below it in this pyramid. We build awareness. When we build awareness, starting from the childhood already, then we have well-educated people. Without it, we have the people who are skeptical towards vaccines, who do not come to screen tests. they do not have healthy lifestyle. They follow risky behavioral patterns. So when we build awareness, we prepare the grounds for the prevention. That is why the education is a foundation for the rest of the prevention. When we make campaigns and specific actions that are related, for instance, with the seasonal flu in autumn, it is absolutely untrue. It hasn't been effective for many years. It should be revised. We should start by education, and only afterwards all the other elements should be founded on this one. The primary education is to educate people who have the healthy way of thinking, and it takes 15 years. That is a reason why the decision makers and politicians, they are not really willing to invest money in it. How can we, however, wait for 15 years without doing anything and let people get sick and die? Prevention has to be supported and carried out, but these are not alternatives. It should be conjugated system and not an alternative one. It has been defined a very long time ago. What are the five most important risk factors that people get sick with non-communicable diseases? And these are smoking cigarettes, unhealthy diet, salt, sugar, junk food, excess of alcohol, lack of physical activity, and stress. So the return on investment was analyzed twice in terms of what does it pay to invest in the prevention of these five risk factors. With the first one, it's 15% of the average per year. To invest $1 in combating unhealthy food saves $13 in 15 years. I think you know it much better than me. We rarely have these good investments, such good investments. So when you finance prevention, the primary one, have this aspect in mind. In terms of the five factors that I listed, in none of them, Poland is not at lower risk than the European average. In terms of smoking cigarettes, the risk might seem only 3% higher, but the trend is reversed than in the rest of Europe when you start smoking more and more. And the e-cigarettes that are bought in the vending machines in children's stores are a flood and terrible problems. It's not regulated. Unhealthy diet is where we have a really similar risk ratio than the other European countries. Air pollution is double in Poland. All the factors of the geographic conditions. Even in Warsaw, in Konstantin and city center, the exposure differs and the risk differ as well. So we are speaking here of an average for the whole country. Alcohol in Poland, a surprise. With alcohol, we're starting to have a large problem, starting with 1 billion of little bottles, the smallest bottles that are called like little monkeys. The alcohol is too cheap. We fail to use the excise tax to regulate it. The data for 2021 shows the following picture. We don't have any data that would be more updated. With physical activity, it's at the European level, the risk that we're at, but we know that the percentage of obese people in Poland is rising dramatically, which is a reason and a result of lower physical activity. It's a vicious circle. Why is it important? Why will we show you some of the elements of prevention? and relation of the economy with health. There are two parameters that are related to the health and life of the patients, and on the other hand, with indirect costs of diseases and the span of professional activity time. We cannot afford not to have people working. Our citizens need to be healthy a long time to be able to work for others. But the first parameter that can be fixed is the deaths that are avoidable. It's 300 per 100,000. So what does it mean? If we did everything perfect, 300 people may be still living. We can divide them into the deaths of people that were treatable, curable, with a better medicine, with better access, with better diagnostics, whatever. We could have treated those people and 100 of them might have been saved. But 200 deaths per 100,000 deaths were due to preventable reasons. So early prevention might have led to a situation that people wouldn't have gotten sick. So it's not only an investment was good, but also the medical result and indirect costs were positively affected by the primary prevention. What's more, if we look at the healthy lived years, that's the parameter that we look at. Poland is not a leader in terms of life expectancy, but this narrow red frame, I think it's readable, that the one that is lower than the red one. So the brighter parts of the horizontal lines are the years that people live, but they have significant diseases which make them disabled. For men, it's 18% of the whole life. And for women, it's 21% of the whole life. They are disabled, incapacitated. They require care that is costly. And they cannot work during this time. And it translates really clearly to costs. The main statistical office announces how the life expectancy and how the healthy living years in Poland change. To me, a positive surprise was when it was announced that the data for 2022, so the data for 2021 announced in 2022, it was that the healthy living years were higher by 1 year. And that's the National Main Statistical Office. Is it a trend? If we make it a trend, it will be a large success, and we will look for reasons for that success, because on everyday basis, we don't really see the reasons for that in public health. And that was the introductory word. And as I've said, the prevention is one leg of the public year health, and the organization, the financing, is the other leg. We have discussed about it a lot. Dr. Jacyna and Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka, PhD, they edited and published. I think that's the best slide to show you all the elements that pertain to organization of the healthcare system, and this part which is relevant to prevention. We have all the stakeholders who deal with it, and we have financing mechanisms. I would like to pay your attention to one element. We have to the left side the general practitioners, and the labor medicine is really far away. So it would be good if in the next conference we could really see those two large stakeholders that provide prevention being closer than they are today, to combine the activities of the family practitioners and labor medicine doctors this is only theoretical now, and this is one of elements that we should really address. That's a graph presenting current expenditures for health prevention. It speaks for itself. No need to discuss it. We don't spend enough. Why? There are many reasons. Let's just move on. These are current expenditures for health protection. It's by function. We can see that the health prevention occupies a really modest place, just a tiny little bit above 2%. It would be good if we got closer to at least 4%, but in order to achieve that, a lot of activities need to be undertaken not only by the side of those who promote the prevention, but also by the ones who use it. So a lot of work to be done here about the promotion of health in our society. One of the main reasons of such modest expenditures is that Polish people simply do not use preventive activities or health services. The results of the screening tests show it. People really do not come up to get tested, and the screening tests don't yield the results that we want, which would be early diagnosis of cancers or early treatment, and therefore the decrease in deaths because of the cancers. There were financing mechanisms. No success here, unfortunately. Where we are is at the end of the stake of European countries in terms of the financing of public health services. What can we do about it? What are some ideas? I guess you'll read more about that in our recommendations that will be published post the Congress. But being really direct and blunt about it, we address a serious request to the governments to really foresee and plan the expenditures in the state budget, not only in the Ministry of Health, but in other ministries as well. The ministries that should really join the task. Here, I think it should be said quite directly. Some acts of law that regulate the principles and rules of financing and providing healthcare services that are in the scope of public health, they need to be changed urgently. If you want to assess what changes should be introduced and what directions should be followed, please take some time and read the reports that are available in terms of to what extent the National Health Program is being carried out. I was terrified when I read it about how little we do, how modest activities are, how little entities and stakeholders are listed in the report. This is an area for improvement, definitely. Local governments need to play an important role. Currently, they are omitted in this part in the state budget. They carry out the health promotion activities from their own means, and there's no subvention that would come from the state budget. This should be changed as soon as possible, particularly in the context of the large sums of funding that would come from the EU.
Thank you, Doctor. Let me draw your attention to 2 points raised by Professor. That is 2% of GDP spending. Of spending from the budget. This goes to prevention. but the level of response regarding screening tests is very low because, well, no money was spent on education in the first place, which is primary prevention. Professor just mentioned secondary prevention, that is early detection of diseases. Now, the second point that I'd like to make a reference to, that is Poland ranks 4th. Please go one slide back. Well, we looked at funding of prevention by non-commercial organizations. This is mainly the third sector, which is, well, thriving in Poland. So have a look. That's what I meant. We rank 4th. I'm talking about that little dark piece. We rank 4th in terms of the share of NGOs in preventive measures. So I wanted to stress that. And now let me move on to an important item, which is in order to take measures and to fund all the actions, we need to have a robust legislative framework. So Mr. Wójcik and Council Michał Czarnuch, please tell us more about this. This is Marek Wójcik. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. And let me stress that what I'm going to present to you actually is our joint endeavor. Due to time limitations, I will only focus on several items regarding prevention versus legal framework. I'd like to focus on the crucial elements that need to be more in focus than they used to be. Let me start with the basic documents. Now, the Act on Public Health from 2015 marks the first attempt to define the objectives and the sources of funding. We know that this right now needs to be adjusted because it's far from perfect. The Act actually sets forth the assignments that should be completed by the central government and by local governments. At the same time, it makes it possible for other partners to participate in the process. I think this formula should be adjusted. And we heard before about the National Healthcare Program. Well, the Act actually governs the rules on how this program should be developed in terms of funding of health measures. On the screen, you can see sample acts within the realm of substantive law. And looking at the current practice, we can speak about huge fragmentation, not only in the law, but also in the sources of funding. We have tens of different types of sources for prevention, and unfortunately, altogether, it's not an impressive amount of money. In the area of law, the best established law deals with actions aimed at counteracting alcoholism. Here we have some experience that shows that indeed it's an efficient piece of law. When it comes to smoking and tobacco, in recent years we've made some important progress. It's still far from perfect, but I'd like to make you aware that the awareness of Poles, well, has not changed that much. There is a song by Wojciech Młynarski saying that you need the singer says that you can change your face, but you need to read a lot, do a lot, talk to people, but you need to wait 3 generations until it happens. I hope this is not the case for prevention. I really hope that we will do it sooner than within 3 generations. But in terms of smoking, it's one generation that has truly changed the world. So I hope that this song is not true, that changes can happen far faster than within 3 generations. Now, in terms of funding, I told you about the multitude of tasks listed in legal acts. This is quite clear that we don't have enough financial resources within the state budget that are dedicated to prevention. Right now, the idea is to change it into something called medical fund, and this fund should be used to finance prevention. I am actually quite critical about it. Why? Because the fund includes 4 sub-funds. One of them, it's directly about prevention. This sub-fund so far has not been populated with even 1 Polish zloty. It's empty, meaning the difference between outlay on per capita spending for inhabitants of cities is far higher than it is for inhabitants of little towns. Most money from prevention comes from fees, like special fees on sugar, on alcohol, and this money is then channeled to be used for prevention. There is also something called citizenship budget, and a big share of it is dedicated to health care, prevention, and this is great. So really, I encourage you to take part in such projects. In recent years, most money on prevention went from EU programs as part of regional operating programs. Yes, I know that I have to be faster. I will do my best. However, there is a task here, meaning we need to adapt our law to the European legislation. The European Commission and the Parliament adopted a regulation stipulating a program for member states for the years up to 2027, and it's much different than those that we had last year. The main reason behind it is COVID-19 pandemic. The main message right now is how we shall act during crisis situations, broadly understood. This document concentrates on initiatives that are ahead of us, that will need to be, so that requires some changes in our documents regarding crisis management so that we can take some preemptive actions. So it's about supporting actions that aim at counteracting and preventing health crises. Also, it's about early detection of infectious and chronic diseases. And on top of it, you have 1 minute left. There is synergy among different programs that we often like to ignore. We need to have proper coordination of the work rendered in Poland and in other countries. When it comes to prevention, well, prevention is part of so many places, and at the same time we treat it like silos. When I read some reports by the National Healthcare Service and I hear about millions of zlotys spent on healthcare, well, I'd say the following. The fund spends about 400 million zloty on prevention programs. And actually, there is much more money. It could be 1 billion or even more, because there is also culture, protection, sports activities that can also contribute to prevention. So please remember this. Please analyze our program, because I believe we really need to make some adjustments so that Poland can embrace the newly emerging challenges. Another interesting topic is related to prevention, is related to data, personal data protection. So there are 2 articles in the Constitution, 47 and 51 of the Polish Constitution. In these articles, there are several mentions of the legality condition. So there is still a lot of work ahead of us, especially that in the case of prevention, you need to regulate all issues related with IT tools used to support such prevention programs. So law determines the awareness, in fact, or your consciousness. First example is an amendment of the Act on Healthcare Services. This amendment led to the following thing. Local governments have recently deteriorated in terms of funding healthcare. That is, there were not enough criteria stipulated on types of such programs that can be co-financed. Recently, we heard that these can be only health programs that are part of the so-called basket. And the second final point, citizenship project will draft act on in vitro insemination. Right now, it's been completed, it's been enacted. But back 1 year ago, when documents were passed to the parliament, and part and parcel of citizenship initiatives were related to in vitro. And that shows this is a cost 500 million zloty per year for the budget. And this is very much of importance. The money that used to be spent on the treatment of infertility now is allocated to other goals. Right, and at this point, let's move on to the execution. That is, let's talk to the leaders of people who deal with the actual implementation, because we heard about the law, we heard about the role of the third sector. Now, Artur Fak, please tell us more. Who is the leader actually in implementing these measures? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess I'm not going to surprise you by saying that's actually the Ministry of Health and the National Healthcare Fund. They are the leaders. And in this table, you can see actions taken by the National Healthcare Service on prevention, identified properly to the definition. The data come from the year 2022. And in the table, you can see the data in detail. I will just focus on selected points. Look at how many people participated. It's 1.5 million. In 2022, the fund earmarked 250 million zloty and spent that money. In 2023, it was already 340. This year, it plans to spend as much as 430. So this is a dynamic growth, mind you. The same applies to the number of programs. There are more and more of them. And it does not include pilot programs, because this is a separate category in the financial plan. And it includes, for example, prevention 40+, or a new program, prescription regarding movement, or counteracting tuberculosis. 1.5 million people used these programs, as I said, and in the 40+ program, the level of participation will be even higher. We estimated it could be 70 to 80,000 people that will take advantage of the program every month. As I said, it's a separate category, but it also amounts to several million zloty in the end. Oh, and by the way, have a look at the first line, which is smoking-related diseases. Even though there are proper conditions to finance these initiatives, the program is not very popular, as you can see. And here on this slide, I'm discussing local government programs. Local governments can and do create such programs as well. This is based on OutMeet information, an agency of medical data. They prepared information based on some reports that they received with regard to health policy 2018-2021. Now, by analyzing that document, you can come to the conclusion that there were several hundred such programs. At the same time, let's remember that partly it covered the pandemic years. Have a look at the structure of programs, have a look at how many of them were devoted to vaccination. Actually, half of them were about vaccination, immunization, also infertility, that was mentioned by Mr. Wojcik. And another interesting thing is that there were few such programs related to such important problem as diabetes, smoking, or overweight. So 5 of them only were devoted to mental health, the problem that has received much more media coverage than it had in the past. So improved funding with respect to basic vaccination and prevention. With this money, hopefully local governments will be able to come up and design more programs that will be more tailored to the needs of local communities. Now, in terms of statistics about prevention activity of individuals, on one of the previous slides, I presented the share in funding related to prevention in households. Well, the thing is, medical events are not registered in any public system frequently. Hence, we can't conduct robust statistical analysis. So we don't have enough data on such prevention activities of individuals. So there is a lot of room for improvement here. Thank you very much. So quick comments. Individual prevention measures. Poland, as I said, ranks high in terms of the participation of the third sector, but we mark very low in terms of individual spending on prevention. Second of all, we heard it during the opening lecture. We heard about the WHO Charter and the document signed by President Bierut, claiming that it's the governments that are responsible for health of citizens. Well, this approach has changed quite importantly in recent years. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it's us. We are responsible for our own choices, lifestyles, and decisions. The government should educate us, should provide money, should treat us. No change here, but by the end of the day, we will be responsible. And a final word from me. Most of the programs that were mentioned by Marek and Artur are secondary prevention programs. It's vaccination and screening programs. And we fail to have any spending on primary prevention. And citizens or recipients of services and end users of the system, individuals. Professor Walusiak and Jacek Krajewski actually worked on such a program. So, Professor, could you please tell us more about it?
Thank you very much. Sometimes the general practitioners do cooperate with the labor medicine specialists. I needed to make comment on that. And if they do, if labor medicine cooperates with other specialties, it's the first line of doctors, it's the family doctors, because we refer our patients to them. But it is true that the labor medicine is a little bit outside of the system. And we were not covered by the digitalization processes. Well, if you're speaking of the end user of the system, let's consider what is the attitude of our patients, of our employees, to the prevention and health promotion. It turns out that when we ask them how they evaluate their own health and how they take care of their health themselves, a little bit more than a half of them would say, yes, I do, or definitely, or so-so. And 12% would say rather not, 1% would say definitely not. They don't take care of their health. And there's a map showing the geographical relations of those answers throughout Poland. The awareness differs in particular regions of Poland. I think the problem is, and what we've been hearing yesterday as well, is that the prevention is something that we associate with medicine and disease prevention, and we speak very little of the fact that it's the lifestyle mainly. It's the lifestyle that will prevent the diseases, most probably. If our potential possible patients expect something, they expect tests, examinations. It's really unpopular that, did she tell the patients change lifestyle, change diet, go thinner? Men don't feel that prevention programs are addressed to them. They feel like if they are to participate in something, there are not enough programs. They feel neglected. The programs are mainly for women. What are the attitudes according to the research, to the study? The majority of the prevention programs are not used by the patients. Together with NGOs, we saw from the studies that Polish people are most afraid of the cancers, and the majority of those who are afraid of them are not even aware where to go for tests and which exams to make. Let's go to this part that I represent, the labor medicine. We have been talking for a really long time about the fact that it's a part of the system that is not used, because we see the patients who think they're healthy and they don't come because they have some ailments, but they come to get an obligatory certificate for the purpose of work. It is at least 5.5 million of the tests that we perform per year. I think there's more of them. 5.5 million are only the number of reported ones. It's a huge field to actually carry out the prevention activities and health promotion activities. Health promotion should happen also in the place of work where we spend so much time. That's the most obvious location for the health promotion to be actually done, including also to tell somebody about the smoking cigarettes, modification of a diet. And the most frequent problem that I encounter as a doctor specialized in labor medicine is the hypertension. 200 per 120 is the result of the stress at work. We carried out a study, and out of the 1,200 employees, 400 people had hypertension, and that was badly controlled, and 11% of patients, apart from that, who did not have hypertension, they did have elevated blood pressure. And these patients are usually referred by us to the first line doctors, and we educate them. We educate those patients, but we often also make the tests for the lipidogram and the glucose level. So we identified some irregularities in these two. Let me have a very quick comment. What you said is actually a key thing in looking for solutions. So we keep speaking about the deficits, both the financial and the personal related. And here we have the asset, the that is an area which is not used to the point that even the data from the medical labor medicine is not even integrated in the system. The system does not see that as if it did not exist. The second thing, the labor medicine doctor is a fully educated, perfectly working doctor. They have a holistic approach to a patient. So if we include prevention more in there, that would be even a more comprehensive visit. Let's assume the employee goes for 1 day of sick leave. Y&E showed in their analysis that if they didn't go to this sick leave, if we save 100 of monetary units, then the 40% is saved by the state budget, but the national budget, because then the income tax is paid, the insurance contributions are paid, and not the other way around. So 40% is saved by the employer because the production doesn't drop or the services are provided. And the employee saves 20% because they get a full extent of their remuneration instead of 80% of it. So if we want to co-finance the labor medicine in Poland, then I think both employers and families, because it all translates into the whole family life, the families would be much healthier, and with just a little bit of investment. We don't expect a lot of investment here. So let's continue along the line what the professor said. The attitude of Polish people to their attitude towards the prevention, it results in the behaviors that they have. I would like to ask Professor Chłoń-Dominczak, Agnieszko, up to you. Let me continue about the labor medicine. We made a study from 2017. We asked people who are 50 plus years old several questions about their working condition, about their periodic health checks. These are the results. The sample was 4,000 people, 50 plus, a representative group for 50 plus population. And let's see. What we have is 354 people said 1 year ago, some 3 years ago, was the response by more people. Over 4 years ago is 1/4 of all the respondents. 10 years ago was said by over 400 people, nearly 800 people. So the periodic tests, cyclical health checks in people who are in the high risk group for diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular, well, never. 500 people said that they've never had periodic health checkups. Health checkups only pertain to people who have a labor contract, people who are self-employed or civic contract employed. They do not fall into this category. They are not covered by the obligatory cyclical health checkups. But even from that group, 1/3 of the respondents had the regular checkups to actually see whether they are sick with detectable, diagnosable diseases and treatable diseases. So what is checked? Out of the people who went to the tests, the basic extent of the tests was the blood test, urine, vision, and blood pressure tests. These are the ones. Chest X-ray, EEG, neurological tests are much less frequent. They were done not in all people. The blood test that should be a standard was not actually performed in a group of the respondents. Now let's move on to speaking about the risk factors. What are the risk factors at work? Let's pay attention to them as well. What our respondents indicate as really most frequent is repeatable movements of the hand, of course, when we work with computer. The mass, whether secretaries have this work, for instance, they really get sick with several diseases. Well, seating or being in painful positions, stressful contacts with clients, lifting heavy objects or insufficient lighting are less frequent risk factors. We also asked about how different factors impact the risk of being laid off. So people who are 50 plus say that their age is the reason for the potential loss of work as such, loss of employment. Well, a bit more than 1/3 of people said that by the health condition may be the reason for people getting fired because they are unable to work. Professor, could you please comment on this last part? Why is your last slide missing? The one where you asked questions in various countries. What percentage of people consider, well, could you please say more about it? Yes, there used to be a slide about that. In various countries, employees were asked, do you think that when you're 60 you'll be able to work? In Poland, 40% of employees said they wouldn't. And this is the pension, the retirement age for women only, not for men. What Professor mentioned, I just want to make a little comment. The scope of the labor-related tests is a result of the exposure factors that are strictly defined. When we make an X-ray, this is only for people that are exposed to chemicals that may impact the bone marrow. If we want to have a full panel of tests, then the employers want to be supported financially in this. Okay, 40% of people consider themselves as not able to work in the future when they're 60. In Poland, people leave the labor market around the age of 58. So we can think about how to save the retirements, but it will either be lower substitution rate or longer working time. So to be most rational, which is the extended life, the work life, we need to be healthy to actually be able to work. Please move on. Ladies and gentlemen, the recommendation. A system-related recommendation. Andrzej, could you say more about it? What we would like is declarations to be translated into facts and public health find its right place in the policies of the country. Our opinion is that the sectorial quality of it and expectations that it's the Minister of Health who will deal with all of it we need to change it and have somebody who's responsible for the entire state policy in this scope at the level of the Chancellery of Prime Minister. It might be equivalent of minister. This person would supervise and require other ministers to actually carry out tasks that should be predefined and extended in the national health program, which as of today is really modest in this term. We need to have a system of public health. System does not exist. It is somewhere at the very beginning, it's not developed. A recommendation in terms of organizational one. Marek, could you make a comment on that one? Let's start coordinating it all horizontally. What are the capabilities? Without a shade of a doubt, we need instruments for particular ministers will not be facultative in their decision making. They will be binded by law to get engaged in the public health policies. Then firstly, we need the coordination in awareness building activities, first one. Some generations are already lost. We need to really focus on kids and adolescents and teach them that it's their health that they need to take care of. We definitely need to train staff. Unless we have the scope of duties regulated on particular levels of healthcare services, like we've talked about the family doctors and so on, they need support, the family doctors, when they have a perspective of the consequences of their activities that will happen in 10 or 15 years. We need to support them to actually want to perform those activities that they won't see the consequences of directly. The labor medicine is really outside of the system of the family medicine and out of the digital system of the medicine. We're outside of the P1, our data is not taken into account anywhere. So when we identify a problem, we should be able to refer a patient to a specialist. Now we can just write a little piece of card to the family doctor. And it extends the time of the treatment because we really know what tests should be done. And we cannot administer, we cannot order them from the prevention programs. Last year, in the labor code, there was a change that the doctors of the labor medicine may refer the patients to specialists, but no executive regulations were passed, so we can't. We have a lot of data that should be integrated about the health tests or consultations. Definitely, it is an asset that is able to actually impact our awareness. We all emphasize that we don't have a full epidemiological picture of Poland, but the data that you have would help. It wouldn't build a whole picture overnight, but it would really fill in the gaps. And one more thing from the recommendations. The prevention program, even the secondary prevention, they really often lack the evaluation tools, and it is a serious mistake. They are financed, they are performed, and we don't really know whether they actually had any result. Should we repeat them? So every program should have a tool for evaluating the program.
I guess it's important. We need to have some sort of sanctions and some final financial recommendations. Andrzej, over to you again. I know it's a bit far-reaching of me to expect, and I can only imagine the potential comments at the Ministry of Health. And yet I will say this. We should encourage employers to take broader actions by tax relief. At the same time, healthcare contribution could also have kind of an incentive to encourage people to health-seeking behavior. These are the ideas, but we are very much aware that there is a long and difficult road ahead of us, a long path ahead of us. We know that. We would like the money for public health prevention, including the primary, which is education. We want this money to be earmarked and fully separated from others and not just being part of some other funds. That could create a good foundation for the system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I'm happy because of two reasons. The first one being that with the help of Professor, we were able to deal with this little issue we faced in the beginning. And the second thing, I really must say that I will now have this internal peace in me to continue this without any mistake, because I see the same names on my list, those that I've already presented. But with the help of Professor, we were able to solve these little problems. Now we will hear from Jacek Postupolski, head of the Department of Food Safety at the National Institute of Public Health, PZH, National Research Institute. Over to you, sir, and I hope that your speech will be very interesting about chemistry itself or pure product of nature. I think this is a very important topic looking at different areas. So over to you, sir. Thank you very much. I actually, in the beginning, wanted to propose some definitions to you, some threshold conditions. What is food safety? Sometimes we use it in the intuitive meaning, and thus we may use it in a misleading way. The most basic definition comes from FAO. Food safety refers to ensuring that food will not cause harm to the consumer when it is prepared or consumed as intended. Now, you might be wondering what it means, as intended. And here, two aspects come in. If something is already boiled or prepared, then food safety refers to that product in this ready condition. And we seem to have some habits in terms of food. If we only consume the most healthy oil in the world, we may be soon deprived of some other vitamins if we exaggerate. So, by that, I'd like to say that we should stick to the norm in our culture regarding the consumption. Like, you don't eat butter in a standalone way. You want to spread it on bread. Now, the second definition I'd like to refer to is the definition of chemistry. This is actually the source of many misunderstandings. Chemistry is the natural science dealing with the structure, properties, and relations considering atoms and how individual atoms can create molecules and substances. everything below that level is described by physics. Everything above that is also physics. And if the molecules connected in such a way that it's a living organism, then this will be the realm of biology. Well, biochemistry, biophysics, physical chemistry are some other domains that provide evidence that these domains intertwine. So now let me answer the following question. What is pure chemistry? I hope I won't shock any one of you by saying that right from the beginning of the creation of the humankind, Homo sapiens, right from the outset of the evolution, there were chemical compounds. And after all, we all are sets of chemical compounds, and we will never change that. And there is no other food than the food which is composed of chemical compounds. So how do we actually perceive chemistry? And here I'm referring to a British publication. In fact, we are a little bit afraid. We don't know what this is all about and how you should approach it. 60% of respondents in the UK believe that everything is made of chemical substances. So I'm wondering, what is their knowledge of matter? Those that were not part of the 60%, but part of the 40%. Maybe they believe they are composed of pure energy, right? 70% of the respondents said everything can prove toxic, including water and oxygen. 67% respondents believe that chemical compounds, all of them, have been created by the humankind. So there is some cognitive dissonance here if you're a chemist, because this goes against this definition. Now, what about chemistry in general? There is a term called chemophobia, and the definition is from Oxford English Dictionary. Interestingly, Polish dictionaries don't have this concept. This chemophobia was coined in 1962, and it says that this is a fear of chemicals, especially as used in artificial food products or industrial processes. So I'm wondering, what is our take on chemophobia in Poland? Well, Poland, as you can see here, is one of the countries where chemophobia is higher than the average rate, meaning Poles are a bit more afraid of chemistry than their European counterparts. And perceiving those chemical compounds in food and threats related to food safety, this was subject to research. And this is actually regularly commissioned by the European Agency for Food Safety, AFSA. And they looked at perceptions, attitudes toward food safety, and on what food decisions we take. So what about Poland? We are somewhere in the final states. The interest in food safety is much lower in our country than in other European states. So what type of food do Poles buy? The main criteria are two, actually. It's the price and the flavor, the taste. Nutritional value or safety are not such strong determinants as taste and the cost. Now, what are we afraid of in food? First of all, we are afraid of additives. All the substances marked with E, followed by 3 digits, with some difficult to pronounce chemical names. And we're also afraid of pesticides. Today in the morning, actually, I was listening to the radio, and I again had a cognitive dissonance. On the one hand, we are afraid of pesticides, and we believe they are potentially harmful. On the other hand, right now, farmers protest against the new Green Deal, which imposes the reduction of pesticides and herbicides. Now, how are these two things related? I don't know. What else are we afraid of in food? We are afraid of substances marked with E, that is additives. We believe that they are artificial, that we don't have under control, and so we are afraid of it. Unfortunately, there is a wide range of products. Frequently, these are traditional products, such as cold meats, cold cuts, like traditional ham has to be properly preserved with some nitrates, and this gives the desired color, taste, and prevents poisoning, such as botulinum toxin. So right now, cold cuts, cold meats are properly cooled, so this botulinum toxin does not develop that easily, and yet we do have such cases. Several cases, or a score cases of poisoning with botulinum toxin every year. Another product that must be preserved is wine. And here I'm talking about sulfites. This sulfur dioxide is necessary. You can even taste it, and it's sometimes even desired in certain types of wines. Wine being a traditional product and consumed precisely because of its taste and its fragrance. Certain types of wines couldn't be produced without applying sulfur dioxide. Now, how do we perceive sulfur dioxide? The EU, and to be more precise, EFSA, conduct a review of all the additives that could potentially prove not to be safe. Such reviews are done regularly, and based on the findings, proper legislative measures are introduced. In the year 2022, the review regarded sulfur dioxide and sulfites. So what was the conclusion? It was found out that there are certain gaps that required further research. Therefore, EFSA recommended a different evaluation of toxicity regarding sulfur dioxide. This will probably lead to a debate in the European Commission to consider potential changes in using in these additives, potentially this could lead to some reduction of the use of this additive in food. Now, why do we use sulfites? First of all, it's to preserve food. It's to preserve, for example, wine, but also fruits and vegetables. But it's also something that is used in, for example, apricots, dry apricots, because of the color. So sulfur dioxide is applied on them so that the fruit can preserve its nice orange color and doesn't become too brown. Without sulfur dioxide, apricots are brown and hence they are less appealing to consumers. They are frequently sold as the so-called premium or organic apricots because they are simply brown. That's a puzzle to me. I don't know why, and I don't know why they are so much more expensive. Now, sulfur dioxide and sulfites are legal in the EU as additives. Of course, subject to certain thresholds. And it is frequently verified whether producers keep them within these limits. What about the perception of risk in the consumers? Here I'm referring to research conducted in Spain. A wine producer found out that the presence of sulfur dioxide is one of the criteria, actually, that determines whether consumers will or will not buy the wine. Consumers prefer wine without sulfur dioxide, apparently. And what is toxicologists' view on that? Well, this is a product composed mostly of water, some sugar, and about 10% of ethanol, which is a substance that has carcinogenic effect on human beings. And one of its metabolites is proven to lead to cancer. Ethanol is also a narcotic substance that leads to huge negative social impact, which we know quite well in Poland. If you look at the opinion of the International Agency of Cancer Research, there is no safe level of alcohol consumption in terms of cancer risk. All types of alcoholic beverages may lead to cancer, irrespective of its quality or price. Being a toxicologist, I really am at a loss, because on the one hand, it's a substance that is only marginal. It's just like milligrams per kilogram, like sulfur dioxide. But on the other hand, you have 10% of alcohol, pure alcohol in wine, for example. Or sometimes it can be even 40% in the case of liquors. So should we really be afraid of sulfur dioxide, whereas at the same time, we are fine to consume wine? To me, it's also key to understand the risk related to highly processed food. We like to say that such food contains additives. That's true. Otherwise, these products would never be produced. But they are not desirable because they have the additives, but because they contain so much salt, sugar, not enough fiber, a lot of fat, and the fat is the type of saturated fat or trans isomers that are very bad for humans. So chemistry and additives are a manifestation of being unhealthy in the case of food, but it's not necessarily related with its actual harmful impact. So that's it in terms of chemistry versus pure natural products. I believe the threats that we should be very serious about from the viewpoint of food safety are the following. And some speakers mentioned this WHO's publication, Top 10 Threats to Global Health. And I guess next year it will be reviewed. In terms of food safety, there are three such threats, because it's antibiotic resistance, air pollution, and climate change, and non-communicable diseases. Let me focus on climate change. I believe that's the most serious challenge in terms of food safety that we will need to face. And these climate change results are observable already in Poland. We see a rise in temperatures. We see that the weather is going crazy, as they like to say. What could be potential results of climate change? Well, first of all, it's the basic element of food safety, which is pathogens will be more active. So in higher temperatures, those pathogens, microorganisms, are more active, and they can cause some disturbances in the supply chain, because it will be more difficult to keep low temperatures during transportation or storage. Now, migration of organisms that were not typical in our climate zones, that's another risk. Issues with water access because of flooding, for example, that could affect the water supplies. Climate change versus pollution of food. Now, as I said, migration of microorganisms. We could see some fungi some molds that will produce mycotoxins that can be poisonous. Back then, when I started my work at the National Hygiene Institute, we never heard about aflatoxins, for example. We said that's the problem in Asia, in Africa, or Middle America. Now we see aflatoxins present in maize in Hungary, which is not more than 200 kilometers away from our border, so it's just a matter of time. Aflatoxins will also come to Poland, and we will need to deal with it. Yes, I will try to end my presentation as soon as possible. Active substances that have impact on our endocrine system. So this is something new, related very much to human activity, but it's also related to certain naturally occurring substances in food. So what's the problem? With more and more chemical substances being present in the environment, in packaging, in products that we touch or are in contact with, there are two problems. Just like in the case of substances that cause cancer, there is a problem to specify what is a safe dose. Simply, our excretion system can't always differentiate between whether these are good or bad substances. Professor, I'm very sorry, but you need to end very, very soon because you're much out of time. Of course, very sorry for that. So just my final slide. Let's not be afraid of chemistry. Chemistry, just like the whole world around us, can be good or bad, just like humans are good or bad. So let's be rational about it. Let's not just be copycats of behavior that is not reasonable. Thank you very much.
Pięknie, dziękuję. Jeszcze raz przepraszam za tę funkcję złego policjanta.
Forgive me for being the bad cop. It is my obligation to actually be on time and be the timekeeper. Let's move on to the next presentation. Anna Berthold-Pluta from the Institute of the Science and Food from, SUPREM, the network for the research, for the research of the natural sciences universities. Welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Anna Berthold-Pluta. I am the representative of Institute of Food Sciences, Warsaw University of Life Sciences. I would like to present to you the assumptions of a document that was actually prepared last year, at the end of last year. A task was given to us that was aimed at offering what the life sciences or science about the milk and milk products in several universities that specialize in it, and to present it and offer it to the Polish milk-related industry. The title of the network is Research Network of Universities for the Development of the Polish Dairy Sector. The purpose was to conduct the studies and research to support the dairy sector in terms of the safe and innovative production. The project started, as I've mentioned, at the end of last year. It will last 4 years. It will end in 2027. The project acronym is SUPREM. SUPREM. I hope that this meeting is the first time when you hear about SUPREM, and you'll hear about more, and we'll do anything to make it happen, to make you hear more about it for the next couple of years. So what are the universities that are involved in the network? The project is not only in the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. There are 5 biggest life sciences universities in our country where the food technology is present and where it is a basis for the project. Lublin Life Science University is the leader, and we have Warsaw University of Life Sciences, Wrocław and Kraków and Olsztyn universities of life sciences. We succeeded and created the network, and I hope this will be a really good context for the project. The signatories of the intention letter, because the project is related to the needs of the dairy sector in Poland, are the following companies. You can see the logos of the companies. They got interested in the project from the very beginning. 8 largest companies, the top of the stake in the dairy business in Poland. Usually there are the cooperatives. That's the basic form of the dairy production in Poland. And I need to tell you that the project is not only dedicated to them, and the end users will not only be those 8 businesses. The project is for all the milk processing companies in Poland, all the formulations, all the research results, anything that is created thanks to the project and will be distributed and will be available to the whole industry. So what are the target groups? As I've said, the dairy factories or dairy processing companies, the producers of milk, and consumers. The consumers who can come to participate in the qualitative and quantitative studies in this project. What are the areas of activities? There are 3 of them. The first one is about the novelty research in product analysis and the raw material analysis. And there are 2 activities here. In the first one, we will try to elaborate a model for the research. The model will be dedicated to how to process milk. I hope we'll have new formulations thanks to it. And there's the second activity in this area, to carry out qualitative and quantitative tests with consumers in Poland and abroad. In the second area, we will carry out the solutions that are aimed at supporting the dairy business in environmental terms. And the third area is dedicated to popularization, promotion of consumption of dairy products with an innovative attitude to promoting knowledge about the milk and dairy products with their pro-health qualities and features. I'd like to present to you now very briefly 4 topics that I've selected as the ones that will be implemented and carried out in the Warsaw University of Life Sciences in my university. It's what we have in our minds, the people, the scientists who deal with the milk and dairy products. The first topic is related to A2 milk. If you haven't heard of this term yet, then I'm sure you will soon. Our project is not the only project that is focused on it. I think in the future you'll hear it more often. What is A2 milk? It is milk where the main protein, one of the fractions of casein, the main milk protein, beta-casein, is in a specific genetic variation, which is A2A2. So what we consume as the milk, as the drink, the milk that gets to the milk production facilities and is then processed to the milk products, is a mixture of milk in which the casein is in 3 specific variants of the beta-casein. A2 milk is with pure beta-casein of A2A2 genetic variant. Why is it interesting? It's a novelty that the milk industry is increasingly interested in. It results from the fact that an increasing number of research indicates that casein, beta-casein of the genetic variant A1, induces and is related to delayed colon transition of food, increased discomfort, more actually increased lactose intolerance symptoms. Purely technological research shows also that this kind of milk, that is A2, it has different behavior patterns in processing. It is processed differently. So what we want to do in Supreme Project is to go from the beginning to the end in the A2 milk processing. We have already undertaken some activities. The first one is the screening of the polymorphism of the protein of milk. feta lacked globulin, casein, and lactose in cows in Poland. And from our observations, we know that 40 to 50% of cows in the herds that we've tested, and it's been over 1,000 cows that we tested in this project only, are the cows that give the milk with pure A2 beta-casein milk. We'd like to define the influence of this variation of the beta-casein milk and their utility and to what extent it is useful for processing in the industry. We would like to also define their influence and the metabolism of that protein in the digestion in artificial digestive tract, both in dynamic and static conditions. And we'd like to have the intervention studies as well in order to define the influence of A2 milk or products consumption on the metabolic processes in adults. So we'll see what comes out of all of it. So you'll hear more about the A2 milk.
Takim tematem, który
Secondly, the topic that we would like to address is the fermented milk products. We'll use probiotic selected strains of bacteria for that. We know that consumption of such products may decrease intensity of symptoms or incidence of the digestive tract diseases and symptoms. And indirectly, it may impact immunological system, neurotransmission, the use of energy substances. It may also bring benefits in terms of non-communicable diseases. We'd like to evaluate the effectiveness of using those innovative products that are produced with new strains of the lactic acid in people whose intestines don't work properly, and in people with obesity and overweight. We're planning to carry out those studies both to evaluate the link between the consumption of dairy products with chronic diseases and evaluation of the functioning of the immunological system, evaluation of the change of the microbiome and carbohydrate metabolism and energy consumption, presence of metabolomids that might serve as the markers of how the consumption of dairy products impacts the intestine microbiome. The next topic that we would like to address is, according to me, closer to what was discussed so far. We would like to verify and marketing strategies and claims for innovative dairy products. The ones that have some additional pro-health qualities. We'll analyze data that diagnose current and future trends in consumption of dairy products. And we would like to address and analyze behavior and consumer expectations in the dairy product market. We'd like to analyze the marketing claims about the dairy products and studies on the effectiveness. We hope that thanks to the project, we'll work out the best communication strategy of those healthy dairy products. One of the last topics, and these are just selected 5 or 4 topics that I decided that you might be interested in, but in the whole project, there are members of a team from various domains, zootechnicians, environmental engineering specialists, in order for us to obtain the project goals effectively. One of the areas that we would like to address is the one that is related to reuse of the side products that are generated along the process of the milk processing. And the sour whey is mostly the problem. The rennet whey is being processed, it's not a problem, but the sour whey is a burden. It pollutes the environment. It is a really bad side product. And it's also difficult to reuse. Our idea is to use the sour whey as the culture bed to cultivate bacterial cellulose, and it's not a key thing. It's not a discovery, it's just one of the things that it can be used for. But the biocellulose that would be cultivated thanks to the actic bacteria, one of the actic bacteria activity. So we want to use those acetic bacteria biocellulose products as kind of fiber. It can also be used in a different way, and it made some studies already. It can function as an additive for cheese, and to some extent it would be able to substitute the milk fat. And then again,
stabilizujący strukturę do lodów.
it can stabilize the ice cream structure as well. The biocellulose that is obtained on the basis of the sour whey, it can also be used not as a powder, which is the form that we use in all the applications that I've listed, but also it can be some kind of a paper or a package, material for packaging. You have pictures here in the bottom. It presents the cheese, that's Gouda cheese, that was packed in biocellulose. It works perfectly. It can be hydrated or it can be enriched in many things, like essential oils that would actually strengthen the function of well, it would actually make the product more attractive. I guess I'm the first person to be in time with the presentation. I'm grateful for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję pani profesor za tę prelekcję. Przechodzimy do kolejnego wystąpienia. Będzie ono zatytułowane następująco.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now moving on to the next one. Andrzej Gantner, Development of the Food Market in Poland in the Context of Consumer Behavior and Consumption. Mr. Gantner is General Director of the Polish Federation of Food Manufacturers, Employers and Association. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this Congress. Now, 1 minute of my presentation I'd like to devote to your own health, for your benefit. A free of charge preventive program. Please stand up. And now, please stretch, just the way you like. Move a little bit to the sides, breathe a little, think about something positive, and sit down. This was my free of charge prevention for you without any big expenditure. And that's what it should be all about. If anyone did research on spine disorders among participants of scientific conferences, the outcomes would be alarming, no doubts about it. So prevention can't be done once every 10 years. It can't be just a program that works and then no longer. No, it's about daily taking care of your own health, whatever you do. And this is what I wanted to draw your attention to. And before I start, some comments to the previous speeches. Talking about the chocolate, I'm wondering whether it's really about magnesium. You know very well that there are so many sources of magnesium. I have a different theory. That is, people who eat chocolate are happier. And if you're happier, then you will be more creative. And this is what food is also for. It should also make us happier. It should give us pleasure. Obviously, all nutritionists will agree that you shouldn't, well, exaggerate with that pleasure, meaning you should be moderate about what you consume. On the one hand, think about what your body needs in terms of all nutritional substances. On the other hand, sometimes a little bit of pleasure is great, because if you're unhappy, you will die sooner. That has been proven many times, even this person only ate lettuce and black bread. So this is the next conclusion of mine. And as to prevention programs, I'd like to quote one that we conduct. That is the Polish Federation of Food Manufacturers. We've been doing it for over 18 years. And our estimates show that over 5 million kids took part in this program so far. What do you think was the price of reaching out to each of these children? I'm talking about education, materials, training. It was 1.2 Polish zloty per one person, because altogether we spent 6 million zlotys. So looking at those billions that theoretically should be spent to make a difference, then I'm wondering, is it really so? Is it really about how much money you spend, or is it rather about how effective your measures will be? And I'm leaving that for you to decide. And one more interesting example. What is the role of the state? Of course, we could say, if you don't give us more money for prevention, there will be no prevention. And we will do nothing. We will not even move a finger. There is one example, however, which is not very sexy, maybe, in Poland or in the EU, that is Germany. So what did Germany do? Well, tax relief for everyone who spends money on sports. For every 500 euros tax relief for everyone who went to gym, who bought a bicycle. And VAT tax on wellness and fitness services in Germany. It's 7% only. And in Poland, what's the rate in Poland? 23. So I think I don't need to make any other comment. So instead of inventing some new strange programs costing billions zloty, sometimes it's better to come up with some positive incentives to people so that they feel that it really makes sense. Now, 500 euros per year that is relieved from taxes in Germany. And think about potential gains in terms of health. Well, this means Germany, the state there, can really make good savings. But try talking about this to the Ministry of Finance. Say, can't we give people 500 euros per year so that they go to gym or buy a bike? No, that's not an option. So that's it. And right now, let me move on to my topic, which is food reformulation. And this actually is related to many previous lectures, and even the one that spoke before me. So a reformulation is carried out to change some properties of food in order to achieve certain health benefits. And this is something that has been done for many years now. It's nothing novel. In the beginning, reformulation was voluntary. These were obligations or commitments of the industry striving to make their products ever better, to reduce the intake of salt, sugar, bad fats, and in change, instead, to increase the intake of positive substances. Mr. Postopolski, thank you very much, by the way, for your lecture on the chemistry of food. I think you were able to demonstrate why certain things are possible and how come certain things are not. So why certain things can't be reformulated? There are some limits. Even what's this limit? The limit is safety. Therefore, there are substances out there that not only act as foods, but they are also used as preservatives. Too much salt is harmful. That's a fact. At the same time, the humanity used salt as one of the main preservatives to protect themselves against poisoning. Therefore, we all love this salty taste, because it's so close to our human tradition. Okay, let's move on. So it's about reducing the content of ingredients such as saturated fatty acids, trans fatty acids, and trying to increase the content of fiber, whole grains, fruits and vegetables, dairy ingredients, raw materials, and plant-based ingredients. In some categories, it's more than plant-based ingredients, means it's 100 plant-based ingredients, such as meat, that consists in 100% of plant-based ingredients. That's an interesting thing. And by the way, some consumers heard for a long time that in the ham there is this or this percent of meat, and now it's different. Now it's saying, well, the ham doesn't contain meat because instead there are plant-based ingredients in it. So a lot has been changing, right, when you look at the landscape of our consumers and markets. I know that I need to hurry up. The thing in red says how much time is left to me, right? Correct? Yes, okay, thank you. I can see those red digits. You can see them as well, can't you? Right. So reformulation activities, in looking at the time horizon, it all started in the food industry as early as in 1970. That was the time when everyone would eat anything without even thinking about it. And in all films, you saw people smoking. Let me just remind you, that was the era at that time, in the 70s. So even as early as in 1970s, the industry worked on reformulations to reduce calorific value of certain foods, and later, first beverage with less calories was introduced, or even a sugar-free beverage. So as you can see, these works have been going on for some time now. With the development of the situation, reformulation activities were expanded in some categories, such as food concentrates. Impressive results were achieved, like reduced content of salt by 50%. This is a huge reduction. That's not always possible, obviously, and I'm going to tell you why in a moment. Well, because the reformulation activities include reformulations of existing products, introducing new products, shortening the ingredient lists, and developing products with simpler formulations. That's what was done in the last 10 years. And also, it's about reducing the product portion size. And here, let me say the following. So, if you ask a large producer, please reformulate your product so that it has 50% less salt, it's as if someone told you, well, if you're overweight, just don't eat that much, right? It's simple, isn't it? Well, it never works. It's not as easy, is it? As I said, some of these ingredients have a technological role to play. Have you ever eaten a bread without salt, even once in your life? Or potatoes without any salt? Right. So you can see, this is why it's not easy. Salt has technological properties, and it has another crucial role, which is it boosts the taste. And a simple marketing rule for food products says you won't sell a product that doesn't taste well. As simple as that. Why? Who of you likes to eat untasty products? Like spinach? Spinach? Are you serious? I don't agree. If you add some butter and some garlic to it, spinach can be fantastic, even though personally I hate it. So it needs to be tasty. And that's yet another determinant that actually limits the options for reformulation. Also, in terms of food safety, reformulation has its limits. Plus, changing a formula is not very easy. You can't just add a little bit more of that and a little bit less of that. Because in such a case, you need to change the whole production line. It also impacts the shelf life date. Or it may require a different packaging to make sure that a product with a short list of ingredients is still safe. So it can't become prone to some pathogens, for example. These could have fatal consequences. What's the most dangerous element about food? What do you think? What's the most dangerous thing that in the food that you might consume? Something that you can't see. Things that you can't see are those that are more dangerous. Because if you have evident mold, you will see it, but you won't see botulinum toxin. You won't see it. I mean, you will develop symptoms, but then it will be too late. So these are the threshold conditions that require food manufacturers and processors to navigate within the potential options of reformulations. Of course, with the advancement of science, we have more and more new options. Also new raw materials, resources, modified that have more options of reformulation without compromising the taste. There are also different types of salt. Salt that contains those little chalanes inside. It's like pumice. So there are many also substances that can act as substitutes. But following Mr. Postupolski, sorry that I keep referring to you, sir, some of these substances have indeed weird names. And they are called E-something. And since people these days have a chemophobia, certain reformulations might not be acknowledged and accepted by consumers. That's another barrier. Now, reducing the portion size seems like the simplest option. And I think we have observed that in the last 2 years, haven't we? And no one liked that. Everyone said that this is absurd, that this is outrageous. How come manufacturers reduce the portion size? By the way, looking at the new Green Deal and its expectations regarding environmental impact of food products, and big part of it is the packaging, indeed. Professor Gutkowska, yes, you're right, it's the packaging. So look at the recommendations regarding the packaging. Use as much as possible large packaging where you can put more and more products inside. Well, I can see some discrepancy here, some contradiction. Okay, I think I only have 4 minutes left. There are different types of reformulations presented here. In some areas, it's about smaller portion sizes, so then you have fewer calories. And jellies, even. What about porridge? Of course, it's something you can eat as a breakfast option. Now, reducing the content of certain substances, as I said, there are no easy solutions. And actually, the consumer's acceptance with respect to taste, that's the most difficult challenge. Without it, your reformulation makes no sense. The goals are quite ambitious. Reformulation of 1 to 2% is normally not noticed, but in most cases, manufacturers want to reformulate or reduce by 20 or 30%. Someone could say, oh, so why don't we come up with a regulation for the whole European that fat content should be reduced by 30% in all products? Yes, that's possible, but it will never happen, and you will see nightmarish protests of farmers and other industries. So, no, each product and each category has to be considered on a case-by-case basis, looking always at what's possible. And now, strategic documents, policy documents, that's indeed an interesting point. So, the industry started conducting reformulation activities of its own accord. But at the same time, it was later reflected in some official documents, including strategies like the European Commission's strategy on EU reformulation monitoring. So they acknowledged that reformulation could improve public health indicators. And that's important. This proves that it makes sense. Now, WHO, a crucial health organization acting globally, reformulation aims to reduce intake of salt, sugar, and fat, reduces the associated prevalence of chronic non-communicable diseases. That's logic, isn't it? But now, let me ask you the following question. Where should you reduce the content of salt to improve the health? In bread or in crisps? In bread, that's true, because bread is something you consume plenty of it on a daily basis, more than crisps. So even if crisps contain no salt at all, in fact, what would matter more would be to reduce salt in bread. And I'm sure Madam Professor can confirm it. Thank you. Of course, the UN also made a statement. And the statement was reformulation efforts are part of achieving the UN Global Sustainable Development Goals, which is health and well-being, goal number 3. You mean insects, bugs? We like to call the bugs insects, right? I'm not sure whether this document mentions insects, which is new type of food, and this is subject to very different set of regulations. So insect protein indeed could be treated as food, but I'm going to tell you more about this next year because I've run out of my time. Thank you very much.
Serdecznie dziękuję za te prelekcje. Przechodzimy do kolejnej
Thank you very much for this presentation. Let's move on to the next one. It will be about the scenarios for the development of market food in Poland in the context of consumer behavior and consumption. Professor Sylwia Żakowska-Biemas from Institute of Human Nutrition Sciences of the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this very difficult topic to present. It's a challenge. What we've been doing from 2020 is to actually correct the scenarios. I need to add that this presentation was co-authored by AI that supported me in creating visualizations that are really not trivial. So you will see them in my presentation. Let's kick off. The time's running. There we go. If we want to speak of scenarios and the reality of geopolitics is really uncertain and changeable, let's think of what impacts the behaviors of consumers and what will influence the scenarios. The trends in the food market are really specific, and speaking of trends, let's define them. I have a definition here from American research of trends. It may not be a definition, but it's a really nice way of putting it into the words. Trends represent the forces, pre-causes, and basic human needs and aspirations. They allow us to navigate in the world, understand what happens and why it happens, and prepare for what is coming. The first result of my cooperation with AI is visible here. These are the trends in the food market. A lot of green color here. As you can see, some elements are overscaled, which indicates that they're gaining importance. The future seems to be really green. Will those come true? Let's move on. We need to identify the trends both in the level of forecasting and most often, and I think it's the most challenging, is the foresight, the design of scenarios. Or it's rather the designing than just forecasting. The forecasting is uncertain, and we correlate some scenarios because the social processes that take place, both in economics, culture, they are really dynamic, complex. The world is really complex. So sometimes a factor that seems trivial, it may induce a serious change, and it can be a food-related scandal, for instance. Very well, and let's move on. Well, the future scenario ought to be really green, so let's refresh or maybe redefine or have a look from a different perspective, but definitely get friendly with sustainability as a term. our reality and what we expect from it, what we wish and what we want to leave for next generations is strictly related to sustainability. This visualization from the future trends 2023 prepared by the Institute for Future Studies from Germany shows the lines that meet in the center where the sustainability lies. I think here you'll agree with me. A lot has already been said about it in the presentations of previous speakers. Our expectations towards food. This is really coherent in Europe. We all agree that taste, we won't give up on taste. It's not only the taste, it's the smell, the texture. We want it to be crispy or melting. And the fragrance, the smell of fresh bread, if I say it, you have a lot of associations going on in your bodies. But particularly important thing to be really emphasized here is our expectations really go towards health. We want the food to provide us with health, with resilience. It matters to consumers increasingly, but most of all, taking into account the prevalence of depression. Depression is expected to be #1 disease by 2023. We want food to improve our well-being and give us some physiological and psychological gratification. The market responds to those expectations. We can see that there's increasing number of products that really take care of health. There are some called pro-health attributes. It is explained by the producers. I've shown the visualization of what pro-health ingredients are communicated by one of Polish brands of food producer. It makes reference to what are the functional ingredients and what the health impact is. Let's move on. We started with sustainable quality. Let's remember that the expectations of consumers evolve towards a stronger concern for the environment, both in terms of the choices that we make for the production of food, with the systems of productions, and the packaging. That covers distribution of food, the food kilometers. We want the distance to be shortened, particularly in Europe. We don't want it to travel long destinations because it generates consequences for the environment. And now we're reaching the global problem that is called climate change. And we are really traditional as well. We want the food to be from Poland. We really emphasize that in our choices. Let's move on. Polish consumers and consumers, particularly in Europe, they have this vision of a global movement. And I'm saying it is a movement because this is a grassroots movement. Consumers really get involved in cooperatives, for instance. We definitely want the food chains to be shorter. We want to be closer to the producer. And we want the food to be fresh. And that's what we associate with local farms and shorter food chain. We are really empathic in this respect too. There are environmental benefits, of course. Well, to sum up, the food is also a way we manifest our values and lifestyle. The price is important. Of course it is. If we ask people in Poland in general what factors come into play when they buy food, the price comes really on the top, but the composition, the ingredients, come really close on the top too. Let's remember about that. We heard about reformulation and ingredients. Well, I use this graphic here on purpose, how British people are able to speak nicely of their food. There's a turkey in the middle. That's a world-class bird. Health and well-being for the bird. Its production supports the environment. It is nutritious, safe, with many nutritious attributes. And there's a basket below which symbolizes its price availability. We want the products to be good quality and with available, accessible prices. That's a different challenge, and I guess it's for a different conference. Sustainable, trustworthy delivery chains, supply chains. So we are really taking them into account, particularly after the difficulties that we've experienced.
Analizując czy przeglądając dane,
We go through the data, for instance, European data from the Eurobarometer 2020, where we can see what are the views of European people in terms of the joint agricultural policy. And it really shows out that Europeans want short supply chains. They want food to be related with tradition and knowledge, with a quality guarantee, which we can interpret on very many different ways. But quality is important. In my research, ladies and gentlemen, I asked the consumers, and obviously I gave him some statements to choose from, what the behavior they exhibit most often. Of course, we took into account our Polish context that is specific. We can see here, out of those statements, we can see the several ones. For academic teacher, this is a really bad presentation, but I really wanted to include all the aspects of this complicated matter. So what did the consumers indicate as most frequent behaviors? Seasonal fruit, veggies, they try not waste food. This is a real concern for the consumers. Apart from that, they value highly the well-being. So I prefer the eggs from the hens that can walk freely. The free access to air and soil is valued by the consumers. Consumers are not that convinced. They choose the products that give me healthy qualities. And then there's this magical statement of natural qualities. Apart from that, there's the ones already mentioned, the regional food. Apart from that, ecological food, like bio food. And at the very end, consumers agreed least that they avoid eating meat. But yes, there's this discourse, a debate actually, and a dilemma in the context of the global climate change between the plant-based or meat-based or animal-based food. Here is a report that was prepared by one of the discounts for their jubilee. It is interesting for us because it shows how 25 years changed Polish behaviors. 25 years ago, people were saying, I do eat meat, I'm not trying to limit it. And now it's not 79%, but only 48%. So the limitation of meat consumption is a trend. So do we have a lot of high share of those who limit consumption of meat? The data shows the household situation for 2021. And in Poland, here in the orange frame, the vegan or vegetarians count only for just a single digit of percent. It is widely discussed, okay, because the plant-based diet is really beneficial for health. obviously, and it's evidence-based as well, the impact on the environment is lower than when people consume meat mainly and animal-derived food. Let's move on. We need to be aware of it, and it is science-based as well, that it's not so simple. A lot of things that we need and what is important from the behavioral point of view, like good health, well-being, physical, mental, is from the plant-based and from the animal-based products. The debate is ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, what we emphasize is that people who are really restrictive in their dietary behavior, particularly the plant-based, there is a barrier that is really difficult. So we cannot expect really high increases in the number of vegans or vegetarians, but it's important particularly for young people. Those of you who have teenage kids, they talk about it a lot. Children give up meat due to many reasons, often because of the peers. Now, there is a consumer. AI has presented it in a store. What's happening? This is our limit for time, so I need to speed up. My time is coming to an end. So fresh quality, not polluted, whatever it means, lack of food additives, bioproduction, animal well-being. This is all present in our debate as a factor for the scenarios of behaviors. But consumer, when they move on, they have serious dilemma. They want food to be healthy and sustainable, but they need to shop somewhere. AI visualized this dilemma in the following way. On the one hand side, we have what we enjoy, and on the other hand is what we choose, I think, but because it's convenient. What is really important as a criterion that I haven't mentioned yet is a comfort of shopping. Obviously, we want to minimize the shopping time and the time spent for preparation of our meals. I won't go through that again because I've mentioned it already. Fresh, safe, good quality, but also the consumers think about the price that is adequate for quality. They are able to pay more for a better quality products that meet some of their expectations. And quality has a really vast meaning. This is an example of a visualization like a wheel of fortune.
To odnosi się ta wizualizacja.
It refers to the attributes that are related to quality. When people choose pork, there are so many attributes: external, internal, packaging, information on the packaging, cooking skills, well-being raised pigs or not, and it's all being taken into account. But then a consumer has a dilemma. Okay, we go green way, or what we see is actually attractive because of our taste preferences, sweet things. So the AI contrasted these two worlds, showing that it can be so colorful and beautiful with nice packaging. And then, of course, there's information on the packaging, and it is less processed. The next step that we need to take is to read what the packaging says. I could speak a long time about that, how long consumers read and what they pay attention to. But then the debates show that it's increasingly voiced by the consumers that the food that is highly processed is being criticized. Why? This criticism is reflected in what science shows us. Highly processed food contributes to premature death, and it induces obesity. So there is a dilemma. What can we do? What scenario are we talking about? The AI imagined a global pandemic of obesity, as you can see here. We're marching here with these huge tummies, and these are our dilemma for decision-making, making choices. Who would steer us? We don't want anybody to steer us. But ladies and gentlemen, hard facts and data. 29th of February this year, The Lancet published an article with females from 1990 and 2022. What is in pink is obesity, and what is in blue is too low body weight. It's changed so much. Well, it really impacts our imagination with various regions and countries in the world. But let's have a look at the global perspective. Decreasing number of people whose weight is too low, but increasing number of those with too much kilograms. Well, I've run out of time. Will I have a prolonged time? We ask a question, what can we do? What can we do? We need support. Support from, I think this is only my personal point of view, from behavioral economy and the way of a really moderate application of behavioral patterns and changes, interventions, particularly that when we have a look at that, when we see it, this is a nudging concept. We nudge consumers. We may nudge them from time to time to make their choices better for them. Ladies and gentlemen, what kind of future are we aiming for? That's how AI sees it. It's according to AI what the food future will look like. A lot of energy-related topics here, but let's move on. The European food market is doing great. Safety, we produce 6th position in the EU for Poland. We export food, a lot of food. The poultry, an EU leader, everybody's looking at us and they envy us. They may be some worried a little bit. This is, please voice out your last sentence. My last sentence, okay. The consumption shows us no revolutionary changes in meat consumption is visible. We eat less bread. The fruits, the vegetables are not growing well in terms of consumption. But the global system is becoming more vulnerable. 30% of food is wasted, but at the same time in other regions there's insufficient food and malnutrition. The strategy from field to table is a future. It's a future for our scenarios. Let's remember about the strategy too, because as I've mentioned, it meets what we need, what consumers wish. Excuse me, I really need to ask you to finish. So let's have a look at the whole system perspective. Let's not try to actually overcome it. We cannot, when we think about the ministries, the activities that I really support, we really need the horizontal overview on that. Thank you very much, and I apologize.
Thank you very much, Madam. And now we are going to hear more about the partnership in educational system, experiences from the implementation of the task Junior Edu Food, by Professor Krystyna Gutkowska from the Institute of Human Nutrition Sciences at the University of Life Sciences in Warsaw. Over to you, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to share with you my experiences from the implementation of this Junior Edu Żywienie project. In itself, it had this partnership element to it. And even though in this session we have been covering many important topics, I know that I'm closing a session entitled Food Prevention, but I think we could equally call it health prevention or disease prevention. In my speech, you will hear a lot about education. We heard also a lot about education before, and I can only confirm that this primary education refers mainly to the youngest target groups. And this is what I'm going to focus on today. Now, where does this idea come from? In 2022, we applied to the Ministry of Education and Science to finance our research activities regarding studies to be conducted in the group of primary school pupils. We wanted to check what is the condition of their knowledge, awareness, but also their nutritional state. We wanted to check whether there are any deviations from the model established globally. And we prepared an educational program. But actually, it's a health education program because, in fact, it's very heterogeneous. It also refers to many other types of behavior. It's about how we do shopping, how we think about food, and how our consumption influences our environment. It's also about how we should deal with food so that the money we spend on it is not wasted. So it's about the awareness and knowledge among the children in Poland. Here, starting from yesterday, we've had plenty of data justifying how necessary such measures are. And as Mr. Gantner said, sometimes they are almost free of charge. In other cases, you need to pay more. But what matters most is that each zloty is spent in an efficient way so that the end user that Professor Fall mentioned in the morning really takes ownership over their food choices and health choices in general. Then you can justify that by many different costs. I'm going to skip that part because we've heard a lot about this. What seems to be necessary and what we welcome is that we see publicly more and more people openly talking about the necessity to change the curriculum in primary schools. There are many different alternative proposals. What new topics could be introduced? For example, studies on health. And an essential part of it would be healthy nutrition that impacts our general health, because there are many diseases related with nutrition. And this translates into a big share of deaths. So the final element is that we had to develop a new educational model for Polish schools, including food which is served in canteens at schools. So we really wanted to check the level of nutrition of children. It's not only about the food they get at home, but also the food they get at schools, especially given that many people don't have any breakfast before they go to school. Through the partnership, we wanted to achieve particular benefits, and they are presented here graphically. That is, schools, because we could present them with ready-made educational materials. So teachers, without questioning, of course, the AI's capacities, Still, there are teachers that use different sources, including internet sources, where the knowledge is not always reliable. With such ready lesson scenarios, it would be easier for them. And of course, some people could say food is something that could be discussed during biology or life sciences. I still recall that from my school days. So this topic can indeed be discussed at different lessons of Polish maths. You could, for example, calculate the calorific value of individual food categories. And ultimately, if this is done consistently, we will be able to educate the young generation. And this will be beneficial for the whole society. Healthy children is healthy society in the future. I already mentioned to you the main tasks. That is research on the level of knowledge, the condition of nutrition, educational materials that included some elements of teacher training. Teachers recruited at schools that became part of the program. They were offered online and on-site trainings. This also included activities in the area of infrastructure, such as school kitchens. And here the National Institute of Health was responsible for that. And our partner institution was that institute, and at the same time they also prepared educational materials for grades 1-3 in the primary school. Outcomes. Publication called Selected Topics related to food education. Some of you already have taken copies of that publication because it was available at the reception desk of this Congress. This is a guide with methodology, with lesson scenarios, and with some films that you could show to pupils, and ready-made lesson plans. That is something that can be a big assistance to teachers. Now, when we evaluated the efficiency and adequacy of these materials, we did some study visits at schools, and we visited lessons that featured these materials. And I must say that very different teachers were able to conduct their classes in a very different way, all of them using our material, which shows that there are so many creative ways how you can present this content. But at the same time, and equally importantly, these materials can be used throughout the whole primary school education, especially the materials for pupils in grades 4 to 6. They can be definitely used also for pupils who are in grades 7 and 8, especially when we talk about the emergence of food disorders or nutritional disorders. Eating disorders, actually, sorry. Moreover, we have an offering for pupils. It's a publication that contains many riddles, puzzles. It can be used at home. And we've heard that a healthy child is a healthy family. So also mentioning Mr. Gartner and the program that was conducted here show that those children that move more, that are more physically active, and that probably are those that come from children, from families where such activity is promoted. So including and involving parents in such joint puzzles is a very rational way of spending free time. We've prepared also a poster. Have a look. It's also based on these 12 nutritional powers that reflect the multidisciplinary approach that we've taken to food, including hygiene of food preparation, food wasting, responsibility for the planet. So it's about educating young people so that one of the scenarios that Professor mentioned could actually become more plausible. Also, when we talk about rational food preparation, sometimes we are too scientific. And we here have a bookmark, and one of the founding fathers of my faculty prepared something called 7 U's. And we posted that on a bookmark. It's something that these days is called that you should be mindful about your eating. But truth be told, what you want is moderation, regulation, proper skills to prepare food, sports, avoiding excess, and also that it's not only magnesium and chocolate that produce endorphins. And so people smile at each other, just like after eating chocolate. That's what I encourage you to do, and Poles frequently fail to do so, or they don't do it enough. So even though we like to complain about the sedentary lifestyle of students, well, they still use smartphones. I know you're looking at your watch, but I think I still have some time, don't I? So we prepared an interactive mobile app so that in the limited time, the designers can also use it. An app called Edu Apka. It shows the development of plants, comparing the human body that if it's well nourished, it also ripens and becomes more and more beautiful. Oh, and one more thing that seems to be something extraordinary on the Polish market, which is a special cooking book with recipes, some of them simple, some of them a bit more complex, for children to prepare certain dishes together with their parents. And this integrates the family very well and leads to many positive results. So I mentioned that. I mentioned training for teachers. And also there was a competition for grades 4-6. And students were asked to design calendars. And here, with this, they could also become more concentrated on health and on the weight of nutrition, and integrating some groups that focus on these. Because it seems to me, some people ask, why do we do so much with so little result? Well, the reason is that what is missing is this favorable atmosphere, favorable ambient, so that everyone can identify with a healthy lifestyle. Not just empty declarations, but truly doing this. And these are these special nutritional superpowers that we based our project on. And referring to the topic of my conference, it's the cooperation and the partnership of different types of institutions. Without them, we couldn't talk about more healthy society. Because setting aside the fact that we have two different institutions, school, family, that's a partnership that speaks very different languages, actually. So this is a problem that we need to deal with. Hence, we need to speak to parents as well, so that the parents want to help us out. And so that the knowledge which they have, because we are quite well educated, we know quite well what we should be eating and what we shouldn't be eating. The problem is we don't act accordingly. But that has always been like that. It's not just our generation. I see these things also in the ancient times, right? That people knew what is good, but they still didn't do it. So talking about cooperation, this program wouldn't be possible hadn't it been for partnership with schools. Over 2,000 schools were recruited into the program. That's not an impressive result, but it was still not easy, which shows very well that Polish schools are also overburdened with different programs that sometimes are not necessary, in fact. And they are afraid that they would need to write reports and make some other things, and they have too much workload. So it all is about proper partnership, cooperation, and if we use one language, we definitely will get good results. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, madam. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this session. That was featured mainly by the University of Life Sciences talking about food. Let's now have some lunch. Thank you. And let's get back at 12:40.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy po przerwie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. I invite you to take your seats and we will resume this exceptional event initiated by the Open Eyes Economy Movement, and it is organized by the Warsaw School of Economics in the city of Warsaw, as well as Open Eyes. This year's edition is dedicated to the prevention and a holistic approach. In a moment, we will hear more presentations and discussions. The Minister of Health, Izabela Leszczyna, and the Ministry of Sport and Tourism are the patronates. Warsaw Medical University, Józef Piłsudski Academy of Physical Education, and Warsaw School of Economics and Warsaw School of Life Sciences are the partners. Media partners include portals and media partners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us online as well. We know there's a significant group of the followers that are with us online. Thank you for your presence, for your interest here, directly in contact with us in the building of the Warsaw School of Economics, and your presence online during our Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present Professor Adam Czerniak from Warsaw School of Economics, who will tell us about the Healthy Cities Index, about their infrastructure and space for healthy urban living. This will start our session, which is entitled City as a Public Health Center. Professor, over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the microphone, for the floor. Thank you for the invitation. It is an honor for me to be here because I represent not only myself and what I studied, but I also represent the whole research team. And we have been preparing for the second year, and we're planning to keep working on it. What we do is the Healthy Cities Index. The purpose of the index is to show in as comprehensive way as possible what conditions for healthy lifestyle of the inhabitants are created in the Polish cities. In Poland, we examine 66 cities and evaluate how their rulers, how the managers stimulate and support healthy lifestyle of the inhabitants. We selected 8 areas for that purpose, and we will see in a moment those areas, their share in the index. So there are some synthetic measurement tools that tell us how advanced the particular cities are. Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak, a professor of the Warsaw School of Economics, is the leader of the research. We have a team of the scientific staff from the Warsaw School of Economics and from the Jagiellonian University. Professor Hausner co-organized this cooperation. It's not only strictly academic and this lecturing about indexes. We also asked experts from the LuxMed group to support us with practical knowledge about how to measure and how to see conditions of living in health in Polish cities. Okay, so what aspects did we take into account for the Index of Healthy Cities? 8 areas. In all of those 8 areas, we included several indicators that actually serve as measurement for the areas? Was it investments that the cities make, or the return, the results also? Now, the 8 include health, environments, demographics, housing, infrastructure, space, communal city services, and education. In the presentation, you have a circular graph that tells us what is the impact of the sub-indexes of those areas to a cumulative result in the index. We had a questionnaire and asked experts to define what indices or sub-indices or indicators are important to the healthy lifestyle and to what extent. And this is how, and I guess it's not surprising that the health-related ones, such as access to health services, are most actually valued, with their weight, and the index is the strongest. It's 1/3 nearly. Second rank is with the environment, and I selected those aspects related to environment. I think they play a key role. No more comment needed here, I think. Then the demographic, with the inhabitants, with generations, and then 3 aspects that I will focus on today mostly, which cover the city infrastructure in a wide aspect. Availability, accessibility, availability of housing of good quality, and the organization of the space itself. And at the end, also access to communal and social services, plus education, which we consider to be important. But, if something is most important, then something needs to be least important. So health-related education came at the end. So let me now present the 3 indicators that have been discussed and will be discussed further after my presentation is over. Infrastructure-related indexes and urban planning. I'm an expert on housing, and this is what I deal with in my scientific interest, so that's what I focused on. I do think it's one of the most important and very often omitted areas in the research on factors that impact a healthy lifestyle, because where we live, where the location is, what the surface of the flat is it overcrowded, what standard it is, with what infrastructure it is, it matters greatly, and it has a strong impact on our life. Many health-related problems result from not enough heating, psychological problems related to the fact of living in overcrowded places, lack of access to the actually working toilet. It impacts the way we live and how healthy our life can be. In this area, we included several indicators and indexes. The most important ones are here behind my back in the presentation, just next to me, where we studied physical availability of flats per capita per 1,000 inhabitants, particularly those available to people who are at risk of social exclusion. The people that would live in so-called communal housing, or the social flats for people with moderate or low income. Then we looked at how much local governments spend on housing and what they invest in having the quality increased, because in communes, the assets that are in housing are in the worst conditions in terms of what statistics show. We also studied what is the access to technical infrastructure of the flats. So do they have central heating or running water or a working toilet within the flat? Now, what is the image that comes out of it? At the end, I will show you the cumulative results of the Healthy Cities Index. Sopot wins, and Sopot wins, in quite many categories. Further on, the results don't seem so obvious. We have Silesia city, Gliwice, then Wrocław, Chorzów, again from Silesia, Poznań, Katowice, Siemianowice Śląskie, Konin, Zabrze, and the 10th place is Świnoujście. So in housing, you might have good results, even if you're not the biggest city, you don't really have the biggest assets of the housing, because, well, the quantity generates problems. The number of the housing available also have problems with the expenditures. So the biggest cities, although they do make efforts, sometimes they are not highly ranked. And we invest in, the best possible conditions for living for our inhabitants. The next area is the one of infrastructure. You think of infrastructure, I guess, in a broad sense, but since we had so many separate categories like housing, urban planning, communal services, then infrastructure narrowed down a little bit to just the urban infrastructure, particularly available transportation services. And that matters greatly. It is a key factor for actually choosing a healthy lifestyle. Well, the case is not that we may always choose what we want to do in our healthy lifestyle. Sometimes we don't have an options to use the public services and transport, or it is just not efficient in terms of waiting time or transportation time. So we decide, based on the basis of that, and the decisions that we make may be harmful to us and other inhabitants. So what we actually awarded in the ranking were the cities that have bus stops, the buses, not only the bus stop itself, but also whether any bus goes there actually, and is this line good for us to actually commute to work or school in a reasonable amount of time. Also, the activity of discouraging people from coming to the city center by car, by building park and ride parkings, for instance, or the number of bus stops, or intensity of the traffic per 1 hectare of the space. Now, the leader in 2023 was Krosno. If I asked you which city you think has the best infrastructure, I think you would not guess that it's Krosno. Ostrołęka, Chełm, Jaworzno, Tarnobrzeg, Wałbrzych, Zamość, Tychy, Nowy Sącz, Olsztyn. These are the best 10 ones. It's only Olsztyn who is the voivodeship city in the last 10th position. So with the infrastructure, it's not only the cities that have night lines or the buses that shuffle every 10 minutes. Very often in big cities, the intensity of the traffic is so dense that they are not high in those indexes. The cities that guarantee a healthy balance between transport infrastructure and with bus stops, bus lines, and the ones that have good results in excluding actually cars from the city centers, from the main areas, they do well in the ranking. The third area As I've mentioned, I won't go through all of them, but I'll just tell you about the key ones. The key ones for further analysis. No, that's the space. The urban space. So when we were preparing the assumption for the index, we decided that adequate management of urban space is equally important as hard infrastructure such as bus stop, or housing. The context of where all of it is and how it is interrelated, how they play together, will give us the result. When we think of urban space, then I guess you may have this thinking of a 15-minute city, which enables us to have a healthy lifestyle. Thinking of the city space, it supports the healthy lifestyle. It gives people options to choose from, and often it stimulates a healthy lifestyle. What measurements did we take into account? The green area in the city, access to green area is one of the indicators of the healthy lifestyle, and also for practicing sports. It's not only the matter of having green areas. There are so-called green reserves, or the areas that are actually little available. What we want is that the local governments finance adequately prepared green areas. So we also took the expenditure for green areas to make them available to people who would like to use them, regardless of their age and the way they can actually spend their time in the green area. Further on, the planning needs some key factors, and availability of bike routes is one of them. A really important factor when we measure is not in absolute numbers, but the number of the roads that are available for bikes per surface of the city, or bike routes in the city. And there's one city in Poland that has more bike routes than car routes. Do you know which city it is? It's Suwałki. There it is. This one single city. It invested a lot, and it is a result of many factors, but also thanks to the managers, thanks to local government representatives. What may seem unusual in this slide is the criminal offense per 1,000 inhabitants. What does it have to do with spatial planning? It has a lot to do with planning. Criminal offense, they're often related with ghettoization, with the ghettos in the city. A well-built city from the urban perspective is an inclusive city, diverse city where people can live next to one another, and not a city with ghettos, or a city where there's gentrification, which means there are some luxurious districts with social inequalities that are often then they yield criminal behavior. A city that is well planned is a city that is safe. Now, in those categories, what is the ranking? Chorzów comes the first. Availability of, the park in Chorzów, that the whole Silesian metropolis uses the park. Then Bielsko-Biała, one of the few cities that actually still have their demography in plus, which is like a challenge. Świnoujście, Zielona Góra, Krosno again, Białystok, Siemianowice Śląskie, Łomża, Zamość, Grudziądz. So again, when we have a look at the space, we have, other than the voivodeship cities with the biggest budgets for building parks or park benches or taking care of the green areas that already exist, but the cities that use their location in the best possible way and deliver as much of the incentives or a space for healthy living. And this is it in terms of 3 areas. If I may, I want to hear the verbals or a jingle. General results are not reflective of what I've just presented, but the 3 categories were with a less weight, actually. So what comes first for 2023 is Warsaw, with a result 69.3 points. So here the mass is the strength of the Warsaw is so huge. But what comes second is not voivodeship city, Bielsko-Biała, which works perfectly well in the spatial area. The third is Sopot, leader of many categories. Then Poznań, Gdynia, more voivodeship cities, of course, because for the environment and health in particular, these cities really worked well. Rzeszów, Białystok, Rzeszów, Świnoujście, Tychy, Gdańsk. I was given 20 minutes for my presentation, so I'm running out of time actually, so I was not able to actually present to you the details of the reports. But I generated a QR code for you, so if you put your smartphone cameras onto the slide, then you'll be able to actually see all the report with analysis of the results and everything that the research team prepared. So you can see the results in all the subcategories for all the 66 cities. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for having me and for listening to me. And I encourage you to also stay and pay attention to the debate that will be here in a moment. Well, thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. You've announced actually what comes in a moment, so I'll just limit myself to presenting the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present the moderator of the panel. This will be a panel of the presidents of the city, or panel of mayors. Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak, Vice Chancellor for Science of Warsaw School of Economics and Vice Chair of the Kongres Program Council, will be the moderator. It's my great pleasure to present to you Renata Kaznowska, Deputy Mayor of Warsaw, who will take part in the panel as well. It's equally pleasant for me to present Magdalena Czarzyńska-Jachim, Acting Mayor of Sopot. I invite to the stage Przemysław Zych, Deputy Mayor of Opole, and Andrzej Burnat, Director of the Department of Social Policy from Rzeszów City Hall. And I'm giving the floor to you, Professor. You have 75 minutes and you're in very good hands. Well, in technical terms, can we have some glasses, please, for us to have some water? We'll have them in a moment. Thank you very much. Thank you for accepting our invitation to this panel. It is a panel for local authorities. Yes, we'll have the glasses in a moment. Throughout this Congress, we addressed many topics: the health prevention, how to act to actually prevent and not only treat people, how often some civilizational diseases goes unnoticed. We're not aware of the diabetes, kidney, chronic diseases that build up and then they come out quite unexpected. We also said about how physical activity is important, how it is actually missing, and how the obesity is on the rise not only in adults but also kids and adolescents. Children that have more and more problems with basic coordination.
Panie profesorze,
And here you see we have the glasses from Professor. We also talked about how important the quality of food is, and it all is present in the cities. We as inhabitants of cities, we live there in the space, as Professor Czerniak just said, we perceive what the cities are through the way we feel. Are they friendly? Are they clean? Do they create conditions for clean air, access to green fields, access to preschool institutions? It often attracts people. In the cities that are on the top of our list, the number of inhabitants is growing, although the demographics is in a reverse trend. So the number of Polish people declines. Some cities don't actually feel the deficit, quite the opposite. People are interested in coming to some of the cities. So we have representatives of the cities in the panel. And your cities were highly scored in the index of health cities. So let's just ask you some questions, please. What do you actually do to have your inhabitants happier? And let's talk about that in a certain way. So firstly, the topic that is often present is the quality of air. So we look at all the norms and standards. We ask questions about the old type of heating for houses. So what do you do for clean air in the cities? I guess that's the most painful and most concerning for the inhabitants of the cities. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this panel discussion, which is an important panel for us because it sums up our work, actually. It seems like our mandate, which was quite long, is coming to an end, and we're happy because for nearly 5 years and a half, we were able to start and finalize very many programs. So Warsaw won. I mean, I'm saying won, if I may, but we are on the top of the Healthy Cities Index. I think what should be added is the following thing. The first rank is where we at not because we won in all the categories, we won in the health category. The health programs, the health-related activities is what we've been doing really intensively. But also the first place comes from the fact that all the areas that were evaluated in the index are being taken care of in the capital city of Warsaw. The City Council adopted the strategy for Warsaw 2020-2030, and we stick to the strategy. There are programs, activities, sub-activities, and we're obeying to that. So we want all education, protection of environment, transport, health. We want all of them to be taken care of, and all the programs are being supervised and monitored. In terms of housing, we used to have a lower position in the ranking. I know there's a lot to be done, and I guess we have near 90,000 of communal housing flats, but the demand is huge, and it takes time to actually change those results. So now in terms of the environment, I guess we, people from local authorities, we feel that in those local homelands, we can see that people watch what we do, and they co-create programs together with us.
Take those smoke belching stoves We offer programs to exchange these old types of furnaces into some alternative heating systems. Without the participation of inhabitants, it would never be possible. But it all begins with relevant resolutions adopted by the City Hall and by a lot of commitment by many stakeholders. So you really need to persuade inhabitants that they quit coal and opt for gas, for example. And it's not easy because gas is more expensive. Therefore, we have relevant programs for support of the exchange of those old stoves, but we also support inhabitants to pay their energy bills. We've come up with systems also based on volunteers that would go and knock to every door, encouraging people to exchange their old stoves. Again, without residents, not much would be possible. And frequently, it's the residents that are the driving force to do away with concrete spaces, to replace them with small parks, the so-called pocket parks. 330,000 trees. This is the amount of trees we planted last year. That's really impressive. Also, old trees sometimes are cut down because of new development, but we make sure that once 50 trees are cut down, we will instead plant 70 or 80 other trees elsewhere. Or the same goes to exchanging the transportation fleet into zero-emission fleet. So again, we design programs and we implement them so that we make sure that the money is spent in the right way. And I think that's the reason why we rank so highly on that list. And this process is by far not over. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. But we are happy to see that we have good results. Thank you. Now, what about Sopot in terms of air? I mean, all of us would love to breathe the fresh sea air in Sopot. Well, let me provocatively say that fresh air and clean air is not our challenge because we have clean air. Starting from the 1st of January, coal is banned. You can't any longer fire your houses using coal. And we are very proud that we have been able to adopt this regulation. We believe that we still have about 30 individual locations, mainly social housing, where it's not easy to persuade their tenants to exchange their stoves. So probably we will need to do it on our own. We provided subsidies to the exchange of stoves. First of all, the subsidy was very high, and then with every year it was reduced in order to mobilize people to hurry up so that they can get 80% of subsidy and not less. We also have district heating system, and that's a great offering. We invest in environmental heating options, and we've been doing that for many years now, and we can see the outcomes. Maybe there's just one day a year where the thresholds regarding smog are exceeded in our city. However, there is still a lot to be done. If you talk about clean air, we still need to do a lot about transit traffic and car traffic in the downtown of Sopot. Frequently, cars are parked not in a correct way. We are a town, we have less than 100,000 inhabitants, which means we can't charge people for parking on weekends, which is ironic because that's the moment when most guests come to our town. So we can't promote any buffer parking zones because everyone that can go simply to and park around the main street of Sopot, well, they will do it if there are no counterindications. So yes, clean air, that's something that the inhabitants take for granted now. But, well, the challenges are probably mainly related with the transportation right now, those that we are facing. Thank you very much. Now, what about Vice Mayor of Opole? Could you tell us more, sir? Of course. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. And Opole, I think, ranks 26 in terms of the number of residents, but we, of course, still have many health-related challenges. But we are trying to deal with them, obviously. And I agree with what the predecessor said, that yes, there are still challenges, but I'm trying to be positive about that because this is all related to certain needs that we've recognized some years ago. As a result, we were able to really make a difference, to introduce some changes. But this will never stop because the world is going on, the needs evolve, and also our awareness is changing. Now, talking about health, I think the best proof why this matters is that when people give you birthday wishes, they always wish you good health. So there is something to it, right? And one of the elements that should be debated definitely is clean air. Starting from 2017, if I remember well, in Opole, we have a special clean air program. Maybe compared to other larger cities, my numbers won't impress you. And yet we believe that this program has a huge potential. So we subsidize the exchange of old stoves. So we reimburse 80% of the cost. And so far, we've exchanged over 2,300 such old smoke-belching stoves. So in terms of clean air, I believe we made a really essential contribution. So we spent over 14 million zloty from our budget, and this is not the end. We keep spending more and more. And we actually even have a dedicated website where you can read more details. That's one thing. The second thing is about information dissemination and monitoring of quality of our air. Let me tell you kind of a joke. I met today professor. I wanted to brag about my new app, and it didn't work out. Something broke down. So I tried to launch the app again, and luckily this time it worked. I saw green smileys, so that means the level of pollution of the air in Opole is within the limits. And you will find there also additional information, what measures can be taken, for example, by more sensitive people who could be more prone to polluted air. So it's also good for such people to have a look at the app on an ongoing basis. We also keep exchanging and modernizing our transportation fleet. Right now, we have over 20 electrical buses, and we keep moving on because we would like to improve the quality of our public transport. So don't hesitate. In case you've never been to Opole, don't hesitate to pay us a visit. We have plenty to offer also in terms of entertainment. Thank you very much. Right, so now let's hear from Rzeszów. With us, we have Andrzej Bornat, Head of Social Policy at the City Hall of Rzeszów. Hello, thank you very much, Professor. I would say the following. Probably most of the points raised by the predecessors also apply to my city. We also exchange the fleet, modernize the fleet. We conduct many environmental actions. But I'd like to actually draw your attention to two aspects which maybe make us a bit different. And they could be kind of an impetus or a role model for other cities. The first one is that in Rzeszów we are focusing on environmental education. Right now we don't have any anti-smog local act, so there are no obligations here imposed by the law. But our mayor promotes education in this area. All environmental organizations like NGOs are involved in such educational measures at schools, because this is what truly can make a difference. The research shows that Rzeszów mainly has the issue with prosumers. That is, single-family houses that still use stoves or burn wood, and this causes a lot of air pollution. So we would like to educate those people to change it. But apart from that, we also invest in greeneries in the city. And I think I have reason to brag. According to Statistical Office, Rzeszów is a city where we have the largest share of public greeneries per one resident. It's about 85 square meters per capita. And in recent years, by decisions of the City Hall, the number of green areas has been on the rise. If you take Poznań, in last 10 years, the increase of trees, well, the number of trees went from 800,000 to over 1 million, and this is really a lot. Also, it's worthwhile mentioning that the budget allocated to greeneries amounts to about 44 million zloty. In last 3 years, we have planted over 3,000 trees, 8,000 bushes. We modernized or created 12 pocket parks where residents can have some rest very close to their households and enjoy the plants. Moreover, I believe that a sign of our responsibility, and I know that it might strike you as a bit controversial, the mayor for over 1 year time conducts regular meetings with our inhabitants because, well, we really focus on the participation. And at one of such meetings, a resident said, "Mr. Mayor, what do we intend to do with the air on our district?" And I was wondering, now, what should he say? How should one answer this question? And this shows the expectations of the community. I mean, what should the mayor do? Should he go there with a fan and push out the polluted air? No. In fact, there are a number of factors that come into play. It's, on the one hand, making people aware of the fact that a lot depends on ourselves. And on the other hand, it's about running a policy that will provide good role models. The new seedlings and modernization of the fleet, the new parks, new road investments are now taking into account, for example, that cycle paths have to be constructed alongside. And that encourages people to behave in a way that will be positive towards the environment. Also, we want to create incentives for businesses so that they co-create, for example, green walls, parks, or organize gardens on roofs of buildings. This is all what we do. What matters most, however, is to be a role model and to show the investments made by the City Hall. Then the inhabitants know that this is how we are trying to answer their needs. Thank you very much. So let me move on to question number 2. Yesterday, one session was organized by the University of Physical Education, and Rector Molik presented some quite scary data on physical activity and motor and coordination skills in young people, children, teenagers, and some adults. Let me maybe remind you, because it's really quite striking. 57% of children in grades 1 to 3 can't do skipping. And quite many of them can't catch a ball, throw a ball. These are not very complex activities, right? So in the era of many stimuli that happen online, trying to encourage young people to physical activity is more and more difficult. So again, cities could do a lot in this area. So this is related to my second question. What do you do to support physical activity of residents? This time, let's start with Madam Mayor Czerzyńska-Jachim. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, you should ask your residents what types of activities they're interested in, because we like to impose certain things. I'm talking mainly about youth and teenagers. Like, okay, let's come up with a football stadium. What's the use of it for girls? Girls are interested in some other areas. They also would like to have proper venue. And let me give you an example. At one consultation with the Youth Council of Sopot, we asked them, so what is it that you're missing? So people like to complain that young people only go to shopping malls. They will sit there, not even shop, but just sit there somewhere on the floor talking to each other. So I actually asked them once, so what are you doing here? And they said, well, when it's raining, they have no place to go to. And I said, all right, so what could help you? Well, it would be great to have some amenities outside in a park, some kind of a roofed gazebo where they could spend some time with their colleagues, with their friends, and they wouldn't need to be exposed to rain, and they wouldn't need to go to the shopping mall. So let's start with asking questions them. What is it that they expect? The same goes for activities. We recently conducted a survey in schools asking what additional classes they'd like to have. So if there will be additional money spent on it, because this is what we do always, even in participatory budget, residents voted on a lot of money that would be spent on sports classes for children and teenagers. But sometimes one needs kind of a wake-up call, meaning, well, basketball shouldn't be offered only to children in grade 6 or only football. There are also alternatives. And we should be open to some new tendencies on, for example, girls might be interested in dancing classes and boys equally so. So we should be more open and we should ask questions to them. And only then shall we come up with infrastructure. Because a lot is changing. And what I've also observed is a collapse in terms of physical activities. If you compare people graduating from primary schools going to high schools, because I mean in primary schools there are many sports clubs and additional classes. They are frequently attended by kids. Sports classes are quite comfortable, and I'm saying that without, no offense, because this is sports during school hours, so parents don't need to pick up the kids and drive them to additional classes. So you may have, for example, 10 hours of PE per week, but then such a person starts continuous education at a high school, and there they only have 1 or 2 hours of PE per week. And this is an issue, which can be also seen then in the condition of their mental health. So it's like arts have been reduced in the high school, And unfortunately, sports, that is PE, has also been reduced because everyone is focused on the final exam. Frequently, high schools don't have adequate infrastructure, and that, I think, is a true problem in high schools. That is my personal take. Also, kids in high schools frequently have lessons starting from 8 to 4 p.m. And there are so few high schools that have canteens. So what do these children eat? They will go to a grocery store, and that's it. And this is another huge problem, because in primary schools, there are some canteens normally. For example, 80% of kids eat lunches in their canteens at school in Sobot, whereas in high schools, there is no single one canteen. Sometimes there are just little stores, and that's it. But this is far from good nutrition for kids.
Ich muss
So in the time where the brains develop intensively and they really learn hard, they don't have a warm meal throughout the day because they live far away from school and have other activities after school. So we need to think about that. Let's not complain about the adolescents. They feel judged that they're lazy, they don't want to move or do something with their time. But why don't they do that? They don't, because they often don't have enough time or opportunities. I guess we're the only country in Europe, I will finish in a moment, but where children don't go out of schools during the recess and breaks in kindergartens. It is regulated that children really have to go out, and afterwards they go to the first class of elementary school and they don't need the air anymore. And there are children who are driven by cars to school. They keep sitting in class, and after class then are picked up by parents at 5, and they commute 1 hour, and in October when they go home it's already dark 5 days a week. They never leave to the fresh air, they don't go outside, they don't have spontaneous free activities outside. When it's nice weather, maybe the ladies who take care of the kids after school, they will let them go out, but maybe they won't because it's raining, or they will soil the floor afterwards, or you have to get them to change the shoes and so on. So we need to give them opportunities to be active physically and not only complain about the kids. Mayor Zich, what is it like in Opole in the physical activity? Sport is what I really appreciate. So when I was listening to Madam Mayor, I remembered the discussions about how to have children activated and how to make people use the options that we have. So let me just first draw a line in the topic of sports and physical activity. Sport and recreational activities. This is one of the tasks of the city. So when we consider this first division, we may enter a difficult discussion about where is the point where professional sport starts. There's some discipline and competitiveness in the professional sport. I'm sure you know about it. I'm sure you know about professionals who started their involvement in sport when they were 3 or 4 years old.
I wydatkując przy tym ogromne pieniądze.
But that's not the topic for today. Let's talk about what the city does for the inhabitants and what they want to do. And for me, sports and activity is well related to the development. To build sports, it's important because there are 2 pillars. A human being is one, and the second one is infrastructure. So here, I'm not inventing the wheel. I remember, of course, but what you do when you're young, you keep doing it when you're older. So people responsible for education, including physical education of young people, should really be aware of that. If you make young people love sport and enjoy physical activity, then this is probable that this person will not get discouraged at the stage of their adult life or their development. The infrastructure, which is the second pillar, I think you'll all agree with me, I'm sure, that it's so important. It is a challenge. Well, not to speak about problems, but it's a challenge. The infrastructure that schools have, I'm sure, you know, many examples that you could quote, it really should be improved. In Opole, we improved a lot. Access to infrastructure and the infrastructure that can be accessed by all the inhabitants. We do a lot of activities, like biking activities, with campaigns where several thousand people go by bikes, or campaigns to promote some activities by pupils and students. For example, swimming lessons for children who are in the third grades. This program has been ongoing for many years. So the children can actually take the exam and receive the swimmer's license. And it's a really good activity. Our kids are able to swim, actually. We're proud of them, and it's a form of physical activity for their physical education class. And all children go through it 1 hour per week in the third grade. So we have a program well organized about that. Every year, 1,200 children take part in it. We have ice rink, other activities. These are additional, skills that you may later on in your life use to opt actually to be physically active rather than passive. And we know that many people are interested, and year by year, the number of interested people grow. So we have programs for active children in the kindergarten, in the elementary school. We train teachers in how to propose games, in laughter, in fun. We want the children to enjoy physical activity. We don't want the physical education to be perceived as negative. So that's our education. We want a healthier society, healthier kids, healthy adults that would really be willing to use the offer that the city proposes to them. May I add something about the school infrastructure? We've had really interesting conversations with the Minister of Sport and Tourism, Sławomir Mitras. Young people often say they don't want organized classes, but they would enjoy a possibility of entering a hall or sports hall that young people require a caregiver, and that needs to be an adult. So it's easier to accept an organized group than just open an infrastructure for spontaneous groups. So there's an idea of local government representatives to have a central program that would support coordinators. Like we used to have them in the local so-called Orlik football pitches. It's enough to come with a mom or dad or colleagues and just to have a game. Thank you very much. This is really important, what you said. Now, Rzeszów. The physical activity of young people and the adults in Rzeszów. I also wanted to say about adults the challenge that we all face, and we saw that in index, it's the aging population, the demographics is what it is. And although Rzeszów seems to be a young city, the median is 38, but some cities are younger, some are much older. That's obvious. So, starting from the beginning, there are several areas that are really important. The first one is strategy. We are about to build a strategy for sport. And as Madam President, we wanted to be in a participating model together with the inhabitants. We want to ask them what they actually want. The second area is infrastructure. And in this area, we have got a lot of challenges. The construction of Aqua Park, that is still not finished, although it's coming to an end, and the construction of the Center for Recreation. So we'll have the infrastructure. And let me also tell you about some things making reference to what the president of Sopot said. I do think children are really eager to participate in sports activities. We complain that they're not, but I have an example of the bike campaign in May. In the first year that we did it, only a few schools participated, but now it's several thousand schools that promote commuting to schools by bikes in May. The children are really willing to take part in the campaigns. I do confirm that there is a gap between the elementary and high school. We may talk about the reasons. I'm sure it's not the time and not the place to discuss about that, but it also depends on what opportunities we create for the people. So we want to give the opportunities for both groups, the elementary school kids and the high schoolers. Still, let me tell you another thing. We had an idea recently that the classes should be done in school, but we thought actually, why? Why schools only? Why only in the school infrastructure? The classes can be in any city infrastructure. So if a physical education teacher wants to go to a swimming pool, why not? Let them go if people want to do that. And one more thing. Physical activity of adults and senior people. I can see that a center for senior people starts really operating very well. Senior people meet there and they really speak about their needs, and they actually satisfy their needs, their passions, their interests, and physical activity too. And it's starting to be visible. There are more groups of people who are interested in water fitness, gymnastics in water. This is very popular. When we opened this possibility for senior people, the lists were filled within hours. Colleagues who actually manage the swimming pools, they told us it's like record-breaking, and the interest is still high. And other activities. So sometimes it's better not to actually come in the way, support, listen to what people want, and of course, to a certain measure to respond to the needs. And let me tell you about one more aspect. To support social organizations who carry out many sports-related activities, and investments increase year by year. It's well over 1 million Polish zloty that is dedicated to sports this year for various organizations. All of those sum up to the level of activity that we have. If we create opportunities, it won't be as bad as we may consider it to be, and we think it's really hopeless. That's what we see. Madam President, as the inhabitant of Warsaw, when I see as inhabitant of Warsaw many campaigns and activities, I'm really happy that Stegner ice rink has new infrastructure. I've been going there for 40 years, so now I'm really happy that it changed, and I'm sure that's not the only activity in Warsaw. It's one of the meetings, one of the first meetings that we have with the Minister of Sport and Tourism. So we had it done together with the national and local governments. We will start the renovation soon. When I was listening to my colleagues, I felt that local governments do really a lot. We as a society, we made a mistake at some point. With a really many investments and programs that we do, the programs that Madam President spoke about and the gentleman, we have over 200 sports clubs that we cooperate with on a daily basis. We have contracts with them, we give grants, and children use really various sports domains. A lot of programs, just like in Rzeszów. Active senior, active pupil, active mom, active here and there. We have very many programs. So inhabitants of our cities, they are really willing to use that. Is that, for instance, yoga in a park? We did it once, and so many people came that we really had to introduce the waiting list. And then we went to a park because for one event, over 100 people showed up. So it was not enough room in a hall. All the programs that we do in swimming pools, they're very popular and the interest is high. So what else can we do? Taking into account that there are very many programs, and these are strictly sport-related ones, but also preventive, educational. So what was the mistake? What went wrong? There was a time that, together with Mr. Molik, Rector Molik, we've been wondering how it works. We've made a research a couple of years ago, and they were mentioned in this Congress. As a result of that research, we were concerned, together with the Academy of Physical Education in Warsaw, we did a study, and I'm waiting for the final report, but we know already that there's still a lot to be done. And I kind of hope that thanks to good cooperation with the Ministry of Sports and Education, we'll start at least with the first graders at schools. I've spoken to Minister Czarnek, Botniczuk, and not much was actually achieved at that level. So when I hear Minister Mitras, I'm really glad, because I feel that we should really start with the first grades. 1/3, one education is one teacher, is one bite teacher who is all the time with the class, with a whole respect for the teachers of the classes, the grades 1 to 3. We're not convinced that all of them could teach physical activity, actually. Together with the Academy of Physical Education, actually it's the Academy. They prepared the guidelines for teachers, and this is about how to teach physical education. We prepared a pilot study of how the physical education lessons should be in a first, second, or third grade. Like you said, the pupils are unable to actually perform simple physical tasks, and that's where it starts. So a lot is to be done. Moving on, we need to open the infrastructure at education area and sports. for the needs of the activity that is not organized. It's not easy. We've been doing that for some time already. In the school infrastructure, we have over 600 schools, and they do have rich infrastructure for sports. In the last mandate, we've built 15 schools with full sports infrastructure. So how to activate it, how to make it work from not only from 8 to 4 or 8 to 5, but the infrastructure is where somebody needs to pay for the electricity or overtime of the staff, or I'm not even speaking about instructor who would actually be there for the kids. And I'm really happy, and the minister mentioned it several times already, that there are ideas discussed related to having programs for that challenge. So we can use the centers that we have, or we can really encourage the directors of schools to open the schools. I know how much work it needed to encourage people. The teachers are not obliged to do that, so the regulations in schools are not in favor often. They're limiting. So the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Sport have a lot to be done together. We really need those additional programs. At the level of local government, we always calculate the funding and are wondering how to finance next programs. So for us, it will be a huge support, and we're really counting on that. We know what needs to be done. We try to have young people more active and seniors more active. There are very many programs. I can see that the inhabitants of our cities use them really willingly, but there's always a question of what else can we do? What more can we do? Every fourth inhabitant of our city is obese, as according to the latest statistics, and this is scaring. It is true. Well, a quick intervention. We have 2 questions and 25 minutes left of our time. Well, we'll start with the president, the mayor here, but also let me ask another question. Madam President, you mentioned obesity. Of course, apart from diseases, but we can say the obesity comes from the habits and diet. We've mentioned physical activity-related habits, and then comes the diet. It's a difficult topic. You mentioned the schools with no canteens, for example. Can cities do something about it? Can they support the healthy diet or the balanced nutrition in children and adolescents? How can we educate people about good nutritional practices?
Physical activity, nutrition, as you rightly pointed out, are the main components. Let me make a very brief reference. Really, bear with me. I need just 1 minute, and I'd like to share this with you. So I wanted to share with you an experience from the year 2019. I took part back then in a conference on physical education, or physical culture, in fact. And there was a speaker from one foundation in Wrocław presenting certain outcomes. And this was a study that was conducted every couple of years. And this reflected how our physical condition, shape, and fitness has been changing. So I asked, and this was a big event, a funny one, and we had to prepare many stations. We tested the kids And this, in some areas, this activity went down by several 100%. Interestingly, these were no difficult exercises like raise a bar in 1979 and hang on this bar with your hands attached to it. And it was much longer that boys in 1979 were able to endure in this position. Right now, it's on average 7 seconds. So this shows that our level of fitness really deteriorated. So we were wondering what we could or should do with this knowledge. But then the pandemic broke out. So a lot has changed, and we have indeed access to new data, and we can do now more during physical education classes. And this was really quite valuable. And in Opole, we had a social-led initiative for residents so that they could have consultations with a dietitian, with a dietary expert. And I was actually curious about the reaction. So it turned out that that project by far picked far many votes than any other project did. So we could indeed finance that, and we allocated about 350,000 zloty for that purpose. And over 760 people really took advantage. And within several days, all the appointments were booked. Because this consultancy included 5 meetings with proper blood and urine tests. So this was a series of 5 subsequent meetings based on the outcomes of the tests. And this shows that there is a lot of potential there, and there is a lot of eagerness among the community to learn more about diet and about nutrition. I guess it's quite interdependent. What we strive for is not only to have consultations for those people who only care about their body mass, but rather we would like to have a broader look on every client. So this was supposed to be a clinical dietitian that really has broad knowledge of potential deficiencies that could also be detected during such consultations. So this is what we did last year. And with this program, this was such a success that we will definitely continue. Because there is a big demand, apparently. And it comes with many positive effects. Now, in terms of canteens at schools and at kindergartens, well, we also are active in that area. We want the kids to get healthy food in the institutions where they spend time. So we support canteens at schools. And I guess the parents are really happy about this. We also have catering. So we do our best to provide healthy food to children in Opole. Thank you. So what about Rzeszów? So ladies and gentlemen, in Rzeszów, I'd say the following. Let's start with the nursery. This is where it all begins. So the food which is served in nurseries is prepared based on proper guidelines. That may strike you as something quite obvious, but maybe not to everyone. I must say that public nurseries are very popular in Rzeszów, actually more than the private institutions. These nurseries are excellent, both groups, in fact. What we frequently hear from parents is that in public nurseries there is kitchen, so the food served is prepared on site and not delivered by a catering company. This is what the parents say. And also I'd like to talk about school nurses. And this is also such staff like a school health nurse is someone that can also have impact on prevention, nutrition, and diet. Another option is a ban on the sales of energy drinks. And we talked about this before, so in our prevention measures we have introduced this ban because there is this addiction to energy drinks in many groups, and we've seen that this problem is getting ever worse. No longer it's the alcohol that people are addicted to, but energy beverages that are apparently misused, that they are consumed in excess. And the final area, and this is truly a challenge, because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to introduce a program in this regard, and the time has come to change this. That is detection of overweight and obesity in children. We have such a program prepared, designed, and I hope this year we will be able to launch it and continue it over the coming years. It also includes consultancies with dietitians, and it's about working not only with affected kids, but also with their parents. After all, after school, children go back to their family homes and, well, they need to see proper eating habits also at home. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, what about Warsaw in the area of nutrition and food? Well, I think we are no different from the other cities. A couple of years ago, we prepared materials that is still used at schools and in canteens. It's wiem co jem, I know what I'm consuming. Its target group are different groups of employees, and this guideline is meant to serve as a source of information and suggestions. Obviously, we also conduct evaluations. Recently, we've started a pilot program, and we don't know the results yet. It's called Klasa w formie, forma z klasą, class in shape, and this is directed to grades 3. And I think I can see someone right next to me who is conducting that program in one of the districts of Warsaw. There are 3 districts of Warsaw where we had this pilot running, and it's become quite popular. So as part of the program, we first teach, we conduct talks about the calorific value of individual foods, and also elements of physical activity. And certain kids that were identified as those under risk are taken into stage 2 of the program, and this is for kids at risk of obesity. And interestingly, parents are very interested. And even the kids that are not at risk of obesity, well, in such cases, many parents still insisted that these children should be taken to stage 2 of the project, which is great because it shows that there is more and more awareness in parents. And by the way, we've observed a group of children at risk of obesity, but also those that are at risk of underweight. Let's not ignore such kids. Some research conducted several years ago show that teenagers at risk of underweight are also quite numerous. Thank you very much. What about support? That's what I wanted to say, actually. Healthy food is not only about losing kilograms, but it's also about sustaining your health. I like to mention two groups of inhabitants that I think should be given assistance in the case of nourishment. These are teenagers at risk of underweight and older citizens, senior citizens, left to their own devices, who frequently don't eat nutritiously enough. So we try to support these two groups by showing young people what's the relationship between what you eat, your mental capacities, your capacities to learn. This is all very strongly connected. Now, in terms of, and by the way, in schools, we provide additional subsidies to lunch for kids. As a result, 80% of kids really can eat this lunch because they get subsidies. But we also work on a Meals on Wheels system so that warm food can be delivered to senior citizens. We want them to live independently in their own dwellings, in their own neighborhoods, so that they don't need to be taken care of by any institutions. But in order to do so, they need to be supported. So a crucial element is this warm meal that will be delivered to them once a day. And there is some additional social element to it. They can talk to someone. This is a form of entertainment. But we saw that sometimes senior citizens used some expired products or they forgot to eat, and therefore it's crucial to also work out this habit that every day you should eat one warm meal. And every year we have more and more citizens that take advantage of this service. This is also supported by volunteers, and we need to remember about this because there are more and more senior citizens living alone. Right, I think this is indeed very necessary. Many such citizens are affected by dementia, and well, remembering that you should prepare food for yourself is not always that easy. Right, we have final 10 minutes in this debate. So my final question is, what are the most important projects in the area of prevention that you completed recently, last year, and what is in the pipeline for this year and for the years to come? I know that maybe you're not planning that far away because next year we will have elections, but what happened, the most important thing that happened last year? 2 minutes, very briefly, please. What can you be proud of? Let's start with Mr. Burat. Yes, the problem of underweight indeed is serious, and we realize that. And we don't have any good funding model to deal with it. We talked recently to psychologists and people who treat undernourished patients, and this is a serious issue. The National Healthcare Service qualifies that as a mental disease requiring a psychiatrist, and that's not true. In some cases, a dietitian and a psychologist is enough, or a psychological dietitian prepared to work with kids affected by this disorder. Coming back to health programs that we conducted, well, I think we are proud of the program of infertility treatment that we've introduced and that we keep executed very successfully. Now we have 7 confirmed pregnancies, so 14 lucky parents that could use this program, and we are very happy about this. Moreover, we pay attention to such programs that are to combat civilization diseases. This year, we launched a special mammography screening program that is screening looking at breast cancer and osteoporosis, as well as obesity. So this is also about rehabilitation services for older citizens, because there is also room for improvement here and a lot of demand. Also, colonoscopy, hepatitis C, and just a final comment, what also struck us, and we've been working on it starting from last year, that it's not only health programs that we're focused on, but also health promoting activities in the public venues. Like, for example, that we have some station where people can get tested free of charge. We would like to continue such measures. We don't want tests only to be associated with clinics or hospitals. No, we want to invite people to take tests, for example, in a park or at a square. So we are using special organizations that can render such services, and this is really welcomed with a high interest in many residents. And this frequently is an impetus for people to do further tests. If their blood results were wrong, they will be more prone to keep conducting further tests. Thank you very much. Warsaw, Mayor Kaznowska. Looking at the index of healthy cities, we ranked first. And yes, because of the many programs you had. And last year, we allocated 25 million zloty, and 260,000 residents really participated in these programs. So there are many of them, and that's not it. We still have an appetite for more because we see how necessary they are. So I like to say that it's prevention, prevention, and prevention to save the costs. Just like in Rzeszów, we are going to continue weekends for health. And we have many public venues, and these white weekends, that's like we call them, we keep organizing them, and this is very much welcomed by the people. Also, in flu jabs, Mayor Trzaskowski included also kids in the group. And also people at risk of homelessness, HPV vaccinations. So this is really a lot. And we also have many programs for kids at risk of obesity or hearing, which is another problem for teenagers, for example. And we keep preparing further programs for the time to come and for the next term of office. For example, Niezłomne Warszawianki, Relentless Warsaw Females. This is and obesity programs for kids. We are also working on a new program, so we have many in the pipeline.
Thank you. What about Sopot? When we carry out several research, and it's the time for elections in local government, so we carry out a lot of surveys and research. And let me tell you this, the prevention and pro-health programs were the way to actually fill the gaps in the system. If the access to ophthalmologists was very poor, then we made the screening a test for senior people for the eyesight, or the mammography, or in vitro, or HPV. We did that as local governments, and we've been doing that for many years, actually. I'm particularly most proud of this following thing. 500,000 of support for the children and adult mental health. 400,000 złotych was voted in the participatory budget last year. We were wondering how to consume that amount. After many consultations, it turned out that psychiatrists and specialized therapists were missing. So we financed hours of psychological and psychiatric consultations, and we were able to shorten the waiting time to 1 month. We keep doing it because this is incredibly important. We invested a lot of money in psychologists and pedagogues and schools, but after early intervention, it turned out that when you needed a specialist, the waiting time was unacceptable. So that program will be carried out. We will provide the psychiatric and psychological support with many activities there, because for young people, and let me finish on that note, how do we understand health? I had a meeting with young people about accessible school. 150 young people, they were leading the debate. So if I made a survey and asked us what it means to have an accessible school, we would think of an elevator or wheelchair accessibility. Accessibility is related to that more. And young people, 100%, then thought of something else. That thing was a standard, but accessible school is where there's a quiet place, no bells ringing, where people who are neurodivergent have temporary mental problems, they feel well, and it is well visible because in the participatory budgets, 4 schools wanted to have the quiet places, places to actually relax and integrate with others. Those are the places that young people wanted in their schools. And that's the mental well-being that young people need. Thank you very much. This is a really important initiative. I really think that it should be taken into account at the pandemic, after all the human relations that are actually discontinued. I have 30 seconds. I will speak quickly. We had HPV, we had in vitro, we have flu vaccinations. And starting from 2019, 20 children were born out of the in vitro program that we financed, but we also provide the screening tests for the eyesight and the hearing. This is for the children that are 7-8 years old. So we take care of the first graders as well. Well, the challenge is what I heard from the mayor of Sopot. So regardless of the source of financing, local government or central government, we know that the mental health problems in children and adults are terrifying. Over 400% of an increase in incidents of problems. We really need to work hard on solving that problem really intensively. Thank you very much. Thank you for a fascinating debate. And we were able to show how important cities are in having Polish citizens healthy. And this is the thing that we need. We need to invest in children and adults and adolescents, actually. Their awareness of how physical activity and a healthy diet is important. Without local governments, it is just not possible. Thank you for the debate. I'm really grateful for your participation. Let's have a round of applause for you. I'm giving the floor to our moderator. Thank you very much. Renata Kaznowska, Deputy President of Warsaw. Magdalena Czarzyńska-Jachim, Acting Mayor of Sopot, Andrzej Burnat, Director of the Department of Social Policy in Rzeszów, Przemysław Zych, Deputy Mayor of Opole. And all of it moderated by Professor Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. Let's move to hearing an English speaker. Cost of inaction, economic imperatives through global health equality.
Danko.
From Dr. Danko Relic, member of the European Economic Social Committee. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay, but I will maybe here. Thank you very much. Dzień dobry. It is my great pleasure to be here today and to share with you some impressions. I'm here on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, and my background is that I come from Croatia. We have almost the same languages, but I cannot, I understand almost a lot, but I cannot pronounce it. It will take a lot of time then. I would like to congratulate you on organizing such a conference, really great conference, and a lot of inputs that we got during these 2 days are really valuable to I'm pretty sure to you on the national level, but also on the European level. And I would like especially thanks to Professor Hauser to make it possible to come here and to present some initiatives that comes from the European Union. The concept of the congresses is good because we are in really short time flying from this perspective of really level of local level to the European and the global one. So first, short introduction. What is European Economic and Social Committee? Does anyone in this, except of Professor Hausner, knows what it is in general? European Economic and Social Committee. Have you ever heard for something like that? Yeah, thanks. I know that you know. Okay, that's something. Well, all of you, I'm pretty sure, know what the European Parliament is, what the European Commission is, and what Council of the European Union is. These are three bodies that are creating our destiny, if I can say, on the European level. European Economic and Social Committee is one of two advisory bodies. Second one is European Committee of Regions, and all legislations, all directives, all that want to be adopted in European Commission or in European Parliament or presented by European Council of the EU get approval or opinion of European Economic and Social Committee. We are making opinion on a lot of topics. There is 329 of us, members from all European member states. Poland has more than 20, I think 21 or 22 members. And one of these will be presented now, because I was one of the rapporteurs for this opinion. This committee is advisory body that was set up by the Treaty of Rome in 1957, and it exists as long as European Union exists. Who we represent? We represent organized civil society. It means employers, employees, and civil society organizations. Three groups of representatives, and I'm in the third one. I'm representing Association of People's Health, Andrea Stampar, and deal with mostly with public health and health issues. Well, European Global Health Strategy. Maybe you here for that, maybe you didn't. You have QR code here that you can scan, and you can, when you will have time, you can go through this strategy. It is a document of European Commission that is aim is to improve health situation in member states, in European Union, but also in the same time influence, as you see, it's global health strategy, make our European influence broader around the globe. And this is the document where we got it as the working material that we have to refer on, and we made our referral. But first, what this European Global Health Strategy consists of. There is a lot of, here is in the circles, bubbles, however you want to call it, there is a lot of concrete actions that should be taken to reach aims that was proposed by European Commission. And there is 3 policy priorities. First one is to deliver better health and well-being of people across the life course. Second priority is to strengthen health systems and advance universal health coverage. And third one is prevent and combat health threats, including pandemics, applying the One Health approach. We had a lecture regarding that today. And there is a lot of other concrete actions how to achieve that. Then, you will see there is a lot of principles how it can be achieved, but you will see that there is a lot about collaboration, linking, about coordination, coherence, partnership, engagement. Why I chose these words and bold it in this slide? Because during the COVID pandemic, we saw that this coordination, linking, collaboration between member states and inside the states of the European Union, there was a lack of communication between counties, between cities, between countries in the European Union, and between countries at very end in the global context. So this is something that should be improved, and it was recognized by European Commission very well. Then we made our opinion. Here is again QR code. It is a document of 12 or 13 pages where you can find our referral on that, our impressions, and we made it. When I say we, there was a study group. Each study group is represented of equal number of representatives of employers and employees and civil society organizations. You can imagine that when some other topics are on the table, there is a lot of fight between employers and trade unions, employees, then we in civil society organizations sometimes go in one or other way, but this was something that we were pretty much in one line. So there were no fighting regarding that, because as we can hear a lot of times during these 2 days, health is something that touches all of us. Okay, I will go briefly through this opinion. In overview, this new European Global Health Strategy, this is addressing all determinants of health, social, economic, and environmentals, and goals are universal health coverage, tackling climate change, and leveraging technological innovation. Then combating diseases and promoting health, promoting vaccination, access to medicines, combat antimicrobial resistance, then concept of more health, fewer diseases. That is something that we are all striving for, promoting healthy habits and awareness. Integration and investment in the context of this economy and health Congress, it's really important to say that our recommendation was to implement health in all trade, cooperation, and EU initiatives. That was not such a case up to now, but it should be incorporated in all documents, in all initiatives. It doesn't matter, does it means inside the EU or outside of the EU. Then investment, I will come back again to this investment, that healthy investment for innovation and economic growth must be increased, and we have to focus on person-centered care and medicine. Something that we are living in is, we also had the presentation on artificial intelligence yesterday, but also digitalization. We have one big initiative today, again, after the COVID and everything, it came into the focus. It's European health data space, that we should have one cloud, one data, one not cloud, but one unique space where all relevant data, also data regarding health, should be stored and should be shared and collaborate when it is necessary. Health workforce. We had yesterday a few times some remarks on health workforce. It was mentioned by a professor that in Poland there is a lot of medical doctors. Your deputy minister said that the Greece has a lot of, if we are looking at absolute numbers, a lot of medical doctors, but again they have issues like Poland, like Croatia, where I come from, etc. So the absolute numbers is one, but the managing of these health workforce, medical doctors, nurses, etc., is something completely different and must be taken into account. Then the conditions, working conditions of health workforce, it doesn't mean only wages, it doesn't mean only directly money, but the mental health, the burnout, potentially burnout, then a lot of the possibility to improve, to learn, to go to some exchanges, to improve knowledge. That is something that health workforce really want. Then at the end, but not but it's really important that in the global context, if we as the European Union want to make some improvements, this cooperation between bodies in the WHO, etc., must be strengthened, and of course engage civil society, employers, employees, civil society organizations to support all of these that we are striving for. And now I presented in short what we've done. I presented that there is something about European Global Health Strategy, and what now? These are this is wish list, what we want to be, and we can agree on that we should do something on that. But I must be honest, yesterday I changed completely my presentation because first in my presentations there were a lot of numbers, and during yesterday and today we see really a lot of numbers, charts and everything regarding all issues that you have in Poland, but that we have across the EU, that's nothing completely different. More or less it is the same. But these presentations, these discussions were the answers on that, what we should do. Each of us, and really we should a few times that it is time to act. Yeah, it is time to act, and it's up to us as a participant in this conference, as our organizations that we are presenting, all of us that are, I don't know, in the education system, in the research, in politics, governments on the local, on the national levels, each of us have to do our best to reach these goals. Health equity is not a luxury. It is, I'm pretty sure that it is a fundamental economic imperative. When we are talking about investing in healthcare, we heard that also a few times. Investing today in healthcare is something that we will see the result of that in more than 4, 5, 10 years. It's more than one political mandate in almost all countries, and then that can be pretty challenging in that context. But all of us, as I said before, should strive for that it doesn't matter of the geographical location, of socioeconomic status, it doesn't matter is someone come from one or another part of the European Union or outside of the European Union. It should have, these people must have proper health care. And in that context, a lot of times we are criticizing a lot our local governments, our national governments, EU, that it should be better. But we must be aware of that. It was said a few months ago by Vice President of European Commission, Dubravka Šuica, that in the democracy that we know in the EU, that in that democracy lives only 17% of global population. So when we are aware of that, then we can use this health and all that we talked during these 2 days to influence others. This is called soft diplomacy. This is cultural diplomacy, educational diplomacy, it is health diplomacy, and I'm pretty sure that European Union can be a leader in that context on the global way. Yeah, EU doesn't have, it's unfortunately now pretty attractive to talk about the military soldiers, etc. We are not maybe concurrent at the moment to the others in the global context on that. But when we are talking about culture, when we are talking about education, when we are talking about health organization, management, public health systems in Europe, then we can be example that others should follow. And in that context, I'm pretty sure that all of us are in some way, by step, little by little, stones in one big parts, in one big mosaic, if I can say, can be push for Europe to become a leader in that context. And health, as we heard a lot of times during these 2 days, is something that touches all of us. It doesn't matter on which side of the globe political opponents we are. And for very end, I coming from Croatia, and this is Professor Andrija Štampar. You maybe heard for him, maybe not, but this is one professor from Croatia that was founder of the World Health Organization, and I'm coming from the association that has his name. And why is he on this last slide? Because 70 years ago, he talked almost about all things that are now in this European Global Health Strategy. So these are not such new ideas. The history is repeating, if we can say, and I'm pretty sure that we all, if we are striving on all levels to get in our countries, then on the European level, that we can influence also the others in that context and strengthen our position in global health context. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm looking forward for other presentations. Thanks.
Za to.
Thank you. This was Danko Relic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from Professor Marcin Maczak from University of Warsaw. And this presentation is entitled, "Is a viable social dialogue on health issues possible?" So, Professor, please give us an answer to that question. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here with you. Of course, it's easier to ask a question than to answer it. That's a well-known academic technique. A title is a question, then you're trying to analyze it in depth, and in the end you say, hopefully in the following discussion we will find the answer. Well, I will try to succumb that temptation and to really take up the challenge to at least make an attempt to answer this question, because this question is quite important. And now, why am I here? Maybe some of you are wondering. Because I was part of public debate, I presented opinions on constitution and the role of law in Poland in recent years. And indeed, this is what lawyers had to do in the recent years. But as you know, maybe for over 20 years, I've been related to the pharmaceutical industry because I am a partner at Zakrzewski-Palinka law firm. And in the beginning of the 2000s, we specialized in pharmaceutical legal consultancy, and I was responsible for the life sciences part of our law firm. And at some point, it was the largest law firm specializing in this area. We had over 40 legal counsels dealing with that. Then I moved on to a different area, but because of certain changes, I am again there. So together with Mr. Mądry, we are partners at the law firm. We have almost 20 lawyers working for us, and we hope that we will be able to restore our previous greatness also in terms of numbers. So my law firm was involved in many debates on pharmaceutical law, reimbursement law, and so on and so forth. For example, I represented pharmaceutical companies in the dispute on margins and prices. Mr. Hausner, present here, represented the government in the very same dispute. I was also involved in a different case whereby we evaluated many legal acts related to the healthcare service, and I took part in the works on the new reimbursement law. On the commission of different organizations, I looked at the social dialogue. Widely, we tried to evaluate the so-called impact assessment of regulations. That's the moment when the state is figuring out what consequences new regulations would have, for example, in the health sector. So we analyzed the impact of these regulations, including both the EU regulations and national law. So I'm saying this to make you aware that I've been involved for many years in this dialogue, observing it, and there were some ups and downs, obviously. And this was not related to political allegiance, rather to the people that were responsible for that dialogue. The people that were actually leading ministries, the government, and the legislator. And hence, I feel I have the mandate to make a statement and to tell you why I believe this dialogue is important and why it is in such a poor condition right now. And I'm not here to blame any particular person, any particular political party, because this dialogue is poor everywhere. And the reason is that a certain change has been going on, as a result of which we like to say that if the government and the business encounter, then that means that something is wrong, that maybe they're preparing some malicious actions. So it's better not to talk to one another, because you don't want to be blamed, you don't want to be suspected of lobbying or corruption. I mean, people say the government should know what they should do in the first place, right? No, ladies and gentlemen. Because people who are appointed to be presidents, ministers, or professors are still the same people. They're not like gods. So it's still good for them to be open, to be in a dialogue with other people. And recently, in 2023, an interesting article was published in an international journal on health policies. The article is about ethical aspects of social dialogue. It may strike you as weird. After all, social dialogue seems to be something technical. And in this publication, scholars from King's College in London said that this dialogue is ethical. Now, what did they mean? And why, I believe, it's threatened right now? Well, the main assumption is that each one of us has rationality which is limited. No one of us has full universal knowledge. We all have our own perspectives. That's why we need dialogue. So we need dialogue so that a regulation reflects different points of view. For instance, how business can influence the government and how the public administration can influence the business. In such dialogue, can we find solutions to the most urgent problems? So this dialogue, if it's played based on the rule that this is a zero-mass game, that there is either a loser or a winner, then it's no longer ethical. And it's not an idea of the pharmaceutical industry that they wish to engage in dialogue. No, actually, it's the law that obliges the government to run consultations, for example, social consultations. And these need to be real consultations, actual consultations, and not just a formality. This is a legal obligation. This is the only way to come up with efficient law. And this article is not about Poland. It's about Hungary, Moldova, and other states. So if the government is like a sheriff that fails to talk because they know better and they will simply regulate, they will come up with law that will not be efficient. So it needs to be amended, and this will be a waste of time. So this openness to dialogue is not only an ethical, but also a legal requirement. And I'm really like to emphasize it's about real debate, real dialogue. And sometimes, for example, government at the point of Reimbursement Act asked for comments, companies, and there were like 10,000 pages, and they said that we have 2 days to respond. So I don't know whether everyone in the ministry worked during weekend to analyze all the comments, but I don't think so. And it's a pity, because the people who are experts in a given area, well, their work was wasted. I'm sure that their comments were not included, and this is really such a pity. So let me say that again, not every type of discussion between the business and the government is a mass zero game. Maybe it is the case if it's about the price of a medicinal product, but there are so many other areas, for example, on risk sharing or, for example, administration in terms of registering clinical trials data. So it's not only that the industry is the only interested party, the state should also be interested. So what's the interest of the Polish state to register clinical tests as soon as possible? Well, to me, it's quite obvious. For example, knowledge transfer for medical doctors, for physicians, and financial support. This always used to be treated as a mass zero game. But before this Congress, I talked to a professor, and it was about blaming people. There was a moment in the beginning of this century when there was a proposal of a settlement. Pharmaceutical companies were meant to make donations to the National Healthcare Service. And there was silence on the other side. So people thought, no, that they don't want to be in the dialogue. But the truth is that this settlement was not possible because due to international agreements, such donations are not possible. It was simply illegal. It would be illegal. So there was dialogue, there were meetings, And when Professor Hausner joined this dialogue, there was a lot of progress, but more was required in order to find an even better solution. So failure to have proper dialogue resulted in an unsolved problem. I know that this dialogue not always was run efficiently. There is a lot of room for improvement. Research shows that impact analysis must be done in a different way, that there needs to be more trust on both sides. But apart from that, there's also one more issue, which is these days this dialogue is even more difficult, even more tricky, especially in the days of populists talking to the society and emotionality of the dialogues. Once anyone starts a difficult topic, for example, on Polish hospitals or competitiveness of payers. So there is not just one payer like national healthcare, but also service, but also private payers that can better manage the money of taxpayers. Then it's not only difficult to run this dialogue actually is impossible, because whoever starts a topic will be immediately attacked by populists, claiming no conversation makes any sense because it bears with it too much political risk. Think about better efficiency of Polish hospitals and their management. Whenever someone starts this question, people ask the question, so does that mean you're going to discontinue some hospitals? And then populists start emotional claims and they don't want to talk any longer. Or take a debate on competitiveness of payers, meaning could we introduce private medical insurance? Oh, that means there will be inequality. That means the rich will be better off than the poor. Well, the international experience shows that's not the case. That can be done in a very different way. But there are too many populist voices articulated. As a result, it becomes taboo, and no one wants to talk any longer. Why is it so? Because whenever you start a discussion, you will be stoned politically. So there is a lot of populism out there. And think about emotional response in the society. A lot of studies indicate that mainly due to social media, people don't think in rational categories, but they rather think predominantly in individual and emotional categories. Or take the migration crisis as an example. You can see some reasons, analyses, flows, but then someone comes with this little Turkish boy on the beach that drowned when he was on his way to Europe. And everyone is then focused on this photo and not on these boring statistics. So this is to say that there is too much emotions in this dialogue. COVID-19. Theoretically, we all understood why vaccination and immunization provide systemic protection against infections. And here again, we saw an outbreak of emotions. People started thinking about their own personal interest. So what do I care about the system? This is about my family and my children. I don't care about the immunity of the society. What happens to my children? They could get some side effects, of adverse effects of vaccines. I don't know whether you realize that in the world we see more and more constitutional complaints filed with courts questioning the obligatory vaccinations. In Poland, this obligation is enforced since the 60s of the previous century. How come people think it's unconstitutional only now, when for so many years these vaccinations were obligatory? Why? Because people focus more on their own individual interest, on their emotions, rather than thinking about the good of the whole society or about the system. So the topics that I mentioned before about efficiency of hospitals or other topics that I mentioned before, like competitiveness of payers, these topics will never again be discussed without this personal, individual needs, emotions. Like if someone wishes to modernize schooling without looking whether the system will be okay, but rather thinking what is important is only that my school works well. The other schools, I don't care about them. So people are really driven by their own single interest. And that's a big threat. Because in such a situation, dialogue is not obvious. Dialogue becomes a luxury product, or readiness to engage in a conversation is no longer something normal, but requires some political courage or even heroism. So here we are. Poland and many other states are now facing huge challenges, for example, related to the demographic crisis and many other issues that can't be solved emotionally and individually. No, we need to find rational, joint, systemic solutions, and there is no room to work on them because there are too many populists who are opposed to it. People are too emotional. We no longer care about systemic consequences. We rather want to focus only on our own individual needs. And so the answer to this question that forms the title of my question, unfortunately, is negative. No, this dialogue is not viable, and it's a tragic answer. Because it's no longer about lack of trust or some uncertainty, in the sense that the government should be a sheriff that should solve problems without consultations. Because now, additionally, populism comes into place and emotionality. This is especially visible in the area of vaccinations. So my answer is no. This dialogue is not viable, which is dramatic. That means we can't solve the problems. So what shall we do? We should find some other solutions. And unfortunately, I can't tell you what we can do. I'd just like to give you a wake-up call and say that the problems that we are facing can't be solved simply by this sheriff posture, by emotionality. No, we need systemic solutions. Hence, we need people, both in the government and in the businesses, who are bold enough to do it, who, in that predicament, can persuade the other party that the dialogue is necessary, systemic solutions are necessary. Without them, we will not fare well. That's it from me. Thank you very much. I hope we will have a chance, maybe at some other meetings, to continue this discussion. Maybe the situation is not as dire as I think. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie panu profesorowi dziękuję. I przechodzimy, drodzy państwo, do ostatniego akcentu naszego kongresu. Będziemy powoli podsumowywać wszystko to, o czym rozmawialiśmy przez minione 2 dni. I tego podsumowania dokonają pan rektor Szkoły Głównej Handlowej w Warszawie, pan profesor Piotr Wachowiak, pani profesor Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak, prorektor do spraw nauki Szkoły Głównej Handlowej w Warszawie i oczywiście wiceprzewodnicząca Rady Programowej Kongresu w towarzystwie, rzecz jasna, przewodniczącego Rady Programowej Kongresu, a także reprezentującego Open Eyes Economy Summit profesora Jerzego Hausnera. Zapraszam państwa do podsumowania naszych 2-dniowych debat.
Ustalając kolejność, wyszło, że ja będę mówić pierwsza. Szanowni Państwo, przede wszystkim chcieliśmy bardzo podziękować Państwu za udział w kongresie. Rozwinęliśmy się w stosunku do poprzedniego roku, zarówno jeżeli chodzi o liczbę partnerów, tematy poruszane, długość całego przedsięwzięcia, które z jednodniowego przeszło już na taki dwudniowy standard i myślę, że ten standard będziemy utrzymywać. Bardzo wiele wątków zostało poruszonych. Podejrzewam, że profesor Hausner, który ma bardzo długie notatki, podsumuje, tak jak w zeszłym roku kongres. Ja muszę powiedzieć, że z mojej perspektywy bardzo się cieszę, że uruchamiamy taki interdyscyplinarny, kontynuujemy taki interdyscyplinarny dialog, który pokazuje, że na zdrowie i na gospodarkę możemy patrzeć po pierwsze razem i że wiele rzeczy, które związane są ze zdrowiem, przekładają się na to, co się dzieje na rynku pracy, na to, co się dzieje w gospodarce, ale także, że w ogóle myślenie o naszym dobrostanie nie tylko pod kątem zdrowotnym, ale szerzej jest bliskie sercu bardzo wielu badaczy i zajmujących się polityką społeczną, i zajmujących się zdrowiem, aktywnością fizyczną, odżywianiem i w partnerstwo, które mamy ze Szkołą Główną, znaczy nasze Szkoły Głównej Handlowej w Warszawie, ze SGGW, AWF-em, też bardzo dobrze tutaj i Warszawskim Uniwersytetem Medycznym, żeby nie zapomnieć, też pokazuje, że ten dialog i współpraca są bardzo potrzebne. Bardzo ważny dzisiejszy głos samorządów, który też pokazał, że jedno to jest to, co my robimy jako badacze, jako naukowcy, starając się zrozumieć i zgłębić te procesy, które między innymi wpływają na stan zdrowia Polaków, zmiany.
What can we do to actually prevent diseases or deterioration of health, or actually promote the life in health? We've heard an important position of the representatives of employers. I think these were 2 days worth spending together and listening to really interesting and fascinating panel discussions. I invite you for the next year's edition. Professor, could you please come and sum up the Congress? It is a little bit of by coincidence that it is after Professor Matczak. I hoped that he would be in an opening session, so I will address a little bit the social dialogue. But there in November, in Open Eyes Economy Summit, we'll continue the debate, and then I will speak about what positive can we do. So I will make reference a little bit to what you said. Ladies and gentlemen, I listened to everything, nearly everything. Well, I really had to use hygienic breaks. What we really heard, what was really voiced here in the Congress, firstly, that the prevention in health, while it is the pillar of the public health, it is the most effective direction for public spending on health. That was well heard from the very beginning. Secondly, the prevention requires a holistic approach. In Poland, it doesn't really work because the interdepartmental cooperation is failing. We heard a research and analysis that emphasized that the knowledge is what we have. We already have the diagnosis.
And for many times, we propose recommendations regarding prevention, but in fact, they are not being implemented. Even if prevention is included in strategic documents of the government, like in the National Health Program, then the actions planned under this section are either not implemented or they bring only marginal results, and they are not regularly subject to any evaluation. And we heard today that the medical fund One of its sub-funds is dedicated to prevention, and we heard that not even 1 zloty was spent from that sub-fund. The medical fund is something new, but whatever is related, I mean, if this is related to, for example, other types of medicine, then the money was spent, and nothing was spent on prevention. Now, if you take into account these data, which I did, there must be some error in what we do. So let me start by taking a horizontal approach. Horizontal in the meaning of holistic. I would rather skip the word horizontal because it comes with kind of a flat perspective. I prefer the term landscape view, not a two-dimensional one, but including differentiation, different topology, the actual reality. Because you can't treat everything as equally, as weighing equally. There are many nuances. That's why my proposal is to have a look that will allow us to skip this point view and at the same time really look at this land development. This is a metaphor, of course. And how you can actually maneuver between those traps, threads, and at the same time achieve desired results. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the proposal that was mentioned many times, which is cooperation between ministries, cross-sectional cooperation. People talk about ministries. That implies that a ministry is a structure that is a top-down, powerful authority that has decision-making powers. It's like in the communist Poland, there were such top-down structures, like individual kingdoms that could do whatever they pleased. Silos, that's the more modern term to describe it. So, if ministries are understood in such a way, and if you think about the Ministry of Education as the ministry that has its own curators or guardians that are responsible for teachers, for curricula, then in fact, again, it's like small individual kingdoms coexisting. And if they believe about themselves, and we do the same, that they are the owners, that they are the supervisors, then there is this element of pushing because everyone in each ministry is trying to protect their own turf. So here, we won't go any far if this is still the case, if we still like to think this way. And the third element that really intrigued me is how do we understand public policies? What is, I mean, in Polish we have the same word for politics that is associated with parties and so on and so forth, with policies, which are public policies. And public policy is underpinned by a different logic. Without public policy, politics makes no sense. It's only a fight for power. Now, if we talk about having power or having agency as being somewhere higher in the hierarchy, then cooperation is excluded, and long-term perspective is also not possible. The dispute quoted by Professor Matczak probably was not solved, not because we didn't find a legal formula, but rather because it was discussed in this very short time perspective. If we were able to prolong this perspective, we would have been able to find some room to find a solution. that could work out as a commitment that we all took. Now, public policy is something else than just distributing funds. It's just like rule and divide. No, I believe that the consequences of that syndrome, of that methodological error that I can see, we see that confirmed in the data that were presented. All comparative studies proved that even looking at the European average, sometimes we are below, sometimes we are above, but normally we are below. And at the same time, if you look at the indicators, the situation is ever worse. Why? Because even if we are on the same level, in the meantime, other countries are improving. Take the average life expectancy in Poland that is deteriorating, or deteriorated health condition. We saw many data to prove that. On the other hand, occupational medicine that tests some 5 million people a year is not included in the IT system kept by the Ministry of Health. And if this was included, and the data is here, and these regular checkups are obligatory, of course, it's only about people employed subject to an employment contract, then it would become clear that employers should be an important player here. So if you take local governments and employers. So that health pyramid was designed some time ago, but now it's the reverse. What should form the foundation of the system no longer is the foundation of the system.
It is an addition. The system is focused on disease, on drugs, and on hospitals, on doctors, which means it is expensive. It's even though there's not enough funding, it is inefficient and costly. It is savings that is generated on public health, and that attitude is the source of economic failure of the system. Now, how to deal with it? I think we need to start from a point where we not only quote the definitions of health that we heard quoted, that it is not just a lack of disease, that we need to understand health in a broader perspective as well-being and its various elements. If we see health in that way, then it will be the most important need and existential value. Not because people have this opinion on Poland and they think that what they deal with is unsatisfying and worsening, just because this is the existential foundation. It needs to be considered, therefore, the broad understanding of health, the one that we adopt here in this Congress, health as public health and prevention as well, as a health priority, not just the departmental one. Which means that we need to have the transversal axis as a perspective, and not bound with a particular department or ministry first. But first, it makes reference to a higher level. It intersects areas and territories. And then, which should be the basis of our thinking about the health, it should be the national strategy for health. An axis optics. And then there needs to be a choice. Without this choice, we bear its consequences. If there are large differences and access to health, the system becomes increasingly ineffective and costly. And we have increasing problems in access to health services. The private health services that Professor Maczak said, well, people say this will generate inequalities, but are there equal opportunities right now? Are they equal for people from rural areas and from cities? Axiology requires dialogue and adoption of some basic principles and thinking of health. We need a system and the understanding of the governance of the effectiveness of the management, causality, not only management. We need directions for the development that would actually implement the strategy. And when we adopt this, then first point is health needs to be financed in a stable way, particularly in prevention. And that is why a multi-year program for health management, for health strategy, should be the basis for it. It should be based in the provisions of Act of Law and extended at least to 2 mandates of the Parliament. Next thing, if we have a long-lasting financial plan or program where it is well-defined and specified, we remember that the leading ministry competent and coordinating one will be the Ministry of Health, and then we should define the agenda, not an agency. I don't want to indicate any body, but somebody needs to be given the coordination and the causality. We heard that it would be best to have a plenipotentiary in the chancellery of the prime minister and a separate budget. But this way of thinking will kill any social thinking. Let's look for a deputy minister or a deputy prime minister and let's give him a budget and the problem will be solved. It won't. We need to separate the access-related strategic multi-year strategy that is financially planned, well grounded in acts of law, from the everyday-based politics, ongoing and systematic. The plenipotentiary would be good for a project, an enterprise, but a governmental plenipotentiary is not good to carry out a systemic, related, and systematic regular tasks. Such a person would not be able to carry the burden. That would be unnecessary spending. But we need public policy focused on providing tasks, partnership, promotion, monitoring, surveillance, evaluation, and dialogue about how the prepared ideas are implemented. And let me emphasize, this is the Congress about economy and health. This way of thinking about health, where we make emphasis on the public health and prevention, it is very deeply justified economically in the perspective of the demographic changes that Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak mentioned, and they are interlinked with unfavorable demographic tendencies. They make our assets on the labor market decrease. So what could be a strategic response? How to understand this challenge? How to maintain the dynamics while the health is worsening, the demographic is unfavorable? There's one answer. We need a productivity that is understood in purely economic sense and in a social sense. And it makes reference to prevention, to health, to the level of health. We will be a more productive society, not only because we will be very innovative, but also because we will be healthy. Now, coming to my end note, I would like to say that today's presentation of what we called the compendium of knowledge on prevention was a very important presentation. We heard just a fragments of series of analyses. After the Congress, we want to put it on the table, all the analytics that is at the base of the thinking, and we want to phrase out the recommendations and say, this is what we worked out in the Congress. This is genuinely interdisciplinary recommendation that came out of the 4 universities and their intellectual potential from the Congress. But also, we met the representatives of business people and a business organization, which is LuxMed, and pracodawcy of the Republic of Poland, which is the Employers Union. Will we continue the Congress? Rector will decide and tell us. It seems to me, and that's one thought that I have from the Congress, if I were to define the topic for the next year's Congress, I think so many important arguments were actually voiced in taking care of the mental health. I think it would be really important and needed if we did. Thank you very much. It's always difficult to speak after a professor who provided this excellent summary of our Congress. Let me thank you most of all, people who are online with us. I know that there was over 700 people online with us. It's a large number of people, and I'm really happy with it. And I'm particularly grateful to Professor Jerzy Hausner, who, together with Rector Agnieszka Dominczak, they were responsible for the contents of the Congress. I think that they were excellent in their task. I think they deserved a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank every person who was involved in making this Congress happen. Piotr Glenn, without whom I'm convinced the organization wouldn't be successful. Big applause to you. Thank you. The head of the team for sustainable development in a university. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we spoke with Professor Hausner and with Madam Rector about whether we will continue the Congress. I would feel, better responding to it tomorrow at 3:24, because tomorrow we choose the rector for the university, but I think I might risk and say that the Congress of Economy and Health will be continued next year. I think that the topic that Professor suggested is important, and Professor, in the university we really take care of the organizational of mental health services, and maybe we'll have a large project about that. That would be also a contribution to the Congress. I do think this topic is really important. I'm really glad to have 3 universities joining us: Warsaw Medical University, Józef Piłsudski Academy of Physical Education and Warsaw School of Life Sciences, it enriched considerably the contents of our Congress. I do think that the topic of prevention was a very well chosen, that was bull's-eye choice. Economy and health work in bilateral connections. It works both ways, so it's better to invest money in prevention rather than treatment, which is translated then into significant economic costs. Thank you again for your participation in the second Congress, Economy and Health. Thank you again, Professor. Thank you, Madam Rector, for taking care of this substance-related. Yes, I cannot say this last sentence. I do want to thank my team. And I want to mention Kinga Taczkiewicz, who was responsible together with Director Glenn, Monika Halicka and Julia Klempa. And I really am happy that University of Physical Education gave us volunteers, students, and I want to thank you for it, because also the students of our school were the volunteers. In that case, I have a role of closing the second Congress, Economy and Health. I announced it closed, and I emphasized it was a successful Congress. Thank you.